So, a reminder in 5 minutes' time, we're expecting comments from ECB's Cocker and Muller speaking at the OEMB conference on European integration, with a topic of focus on the CESEE's financial future, funding growth, and innovation. One minute remaining until the market on open imbalance. 10 seconds. Market on open imbalance, S&P 500, buy side 586 million, Nasdaq 100, sell side 57 million, Dow 30, buy side 177 million, Mag 7, sell side 25 million. The S&P 500 opens 0.4% higher, the Nasdaq 100 up 0.5%. Nvidia shares rise 0.2% after a 3.2% drop in the previous session. Nvidia shares extend decline to more than 1%. At 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we have the US S&P PMI flash. Manufacturing forecast 52, prior 52 spot 5, with a range of 52 spot 8 to 51 spot 5. Services forecast 54 spot 6, prior 54 spot 8, with a range of 55 spot 1 to 54. Composite forecast 54 spot 5, prior 54 spot 6. Alphabet shares rise as much as 3.6%. So, a reminder, in 5 minutes' time, we have the US S&P PMI flash, manufacturing forecast 52, prior 52 spot 5, with a range of 52 spot 8 to 51 spot 5. Services forecast 54 spot 6, prior 54 spot 8, with a range of 55 spot 1 to 54. Composite forecast 54 spot 5, prior 54 spot 6. One minute remaining. I'll be leading with US manufacturing PMI. 10 seconds. 51.9, 51.9, lower than forecast of 52. Services PMI 55, 55, higher than forecast of 54.6. Composite 54.8, 54.8, higher than forecast of 54.5. So, a bit more further info into this report. US business activity expanded in November by the most in 4 months amid faster growth at service providers, while optimism about the outlook improved notably. The S&P Global Flash November Composite Output Index ticked up 0.2 points to 54.8, data released Friday showed. Figures above 50 indicate expansion. The service index also rose to a 4-month high, while manufacturing growth slowed. We have put out the US S&P PMI November 2025 report on the feed for those interested. The Nasdaq 100 turns negative. Nvidia shares reverse course, last down 1.5%. US listed shares of precious metal miners fall, tracking lower gold, silver, and palladium prices. Just to reiterate, US listed shares of precious metal miners fall, tracking lower gold, silver, and palladium prices. At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we have the University of Michigan data. Sentiment forecast 50 spot 6, prior 50 spot 3, with a range of 52 spot 3 to 49. 5-year inflation forecast 3 spot 6%, unchanged from the prior. 1-year inflation forecast 4 spot 7%, unchanged from the prior. Expectations final prior 49, conditions final prior 52 spot 3. Eli Lilly shares touch record high, last at 1 spot 3%. Fitch Ratings says US private credit defaults eased to 5 spot 2% in October 2025. In 5 minutes' time, we have the University of Michigan Data, sentiment, forecast 50 spot 6, prior 50 spot 3, with a range of 52 spot 3 to 49. 5-year inflation, forecast 3 spot 6%, unchanged from the prior. 1-year inflation, forecast 4 spot 7%, unchanged from the prior. Expectations final, prior 49, conditions final, prior 52 spot 3. The Nasdaq 100 rebounds to a session high, up 0.7%. One minute remaining. I'll be leading with University of Michigan sentiment final. Ten seconds. 51, 51, higher than forecast of 50 spot 6. 5-year inflation, 3.4%, 3.4%, lower than forecast of 3.6%. 1-year inflation, 4.5%, 4.5%, lower than forecast of 4.7%. Conditions, 51.1. Expectations, 51. US stocks indexes extend gains slightly after University of Michigan's final November consumer sentiment report. We have put up the University of Michigan Sentiment Survey November final report on the feed for those interested. The Nasdaq 100 down 0.1% to a session low. Oracle shares fall 5.8% to an over 5-month low. The G20 says they are to protect critical minerals against unilateral trade curbs.
cat attack again this morning. I woke up to buy some and had a the cat knocked my water glass over into my mechanical keyboard. All my paperwork got soaked, and then I had literally like a
It's just informed Trump is currently
full of
speaking on Fox News.
water in my keyboard, man. Second time. I'm going to have to move on to extreme measures. I don't know what extreme measures are for a cat, but I went into Amazon or something in there, or whatever, like Amazon, like looked like six stuff that sits over so it keeps the cats off my stuff.
So just to inform, it was Trump speaking in an article from Fox News. So he's not currently speaking in an
That's what I
interview.
was thinking,
It was
like
in an article
water
from
or
Fox
something.
News.
I needed to sleep in this morning. I've been going like nonstop. Yeah. Well, Thanksgiving's coming, so lots of work, physical body, quiet. The market will be quiet like Monday. It'll probably be quiet today. Yeah. No, I think it's gonna be it's only gonna be a very small group of traders too. I think we get there's a lot of mechanical shit going on right now, and you get in front of the fucking wrong train, and it's like, let's see where I'm at here. Hi, kitty. And she wouldn't leave me alone last night either. I think it was him that was doing it. The boy. I don't think it was J.K. or whatever. Let's see what's going on over here. Oh yeah, whole lot of nothing. Oh, whole lot of nothing. Whole lot of murder bot. That's what I think happens today. I think we just kind of park. Maybe we get a move at the end of the day. We get a lot of. We'll get a lot of like, we're going up, we're going down, we're going up, we're going down. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. There I am. I tried to catch an hour or so of sleep this morning. I've been burning the clock. Not only that, I have to go to the doctor, and I wasn't able to make an appointment this week, so I think I'm gonna have to go to an ER tonight and like push the issue on a fucking Friday. And my daughter rushed and pledged a sorority at the University of Michigan, and I think her induction is this evening. My wife's telling me that the induction is the evening. My daughter asked me if I was doing anything on the 21st. I said no, of course not. Whatever you want. And she didn't tell me what it was. She just said, "Can you be there?" Like, or that's all she said. That was it. She goes, "Are you doing anything on the 21st?" I'm like, "Of course not."
Just informed Trump is currently speaking on the Brian Kilmeade radio show.
And so I said, of course not. And she didn't tell me what it was for, but she was supposed to go, or she wanted to go to the University of Massachusetts. And I was like, look, we moved here for you to go to University of Michigan, basically. Like, we would have left Michigan a long time ago. Michigan's like a great state, it's a great state, but like the school itself it's the number 2 research institution in the United States, public. It's on par with like some really good schools, and she earned going there. I'll say that. I've got I'm very proud of her and where she is. But the other thing that I told her when she went to the University of Michigan, I was like, you don't have to go there either. I was like, you can go wherever you want. So I was like, but if you're going to go to a great school, you might as well. One of the benefits of a great school is that you make connections with people. It's quite important. If you're going to go to one of those schools, you want to make connections. That's what they're for. Which I guess she is. And she joined a I don't know if it's, I thought she would join like a traditional sorority, and I don't know what the name of it is. She joined a sorority that's like a fraternity and sorority. I guess the times are changing. This has both men and women that are, I don't know exactly how it's structured, but she did join one, but I guess it's both a sorority and a fraternity. It's like fraternity or something. And she has me coming out there this evening. And I have to go to the ER too, because I don't have a doctor's appointment. And then I was afraid earlier this week, I'm like, people are going to think that I don't want to be here. I'm trying to duck the market or something. And I'm having leg issues all the way down to my foot. I don't know why. I hope it's not something really bad. I'm going to ask for a CAT scan maybe. See if they can look and see anything. And so I got a busy weekend. And I have to get the food and stuff for Thanksgiving because we're doing a family thing this year. Okay, so today is OPEX. I've heard a lot of stuff thrown around about OPEX. I've heard everything under the sun. It reinforces my thought that most people do not respect expiration. They do not respect QOPEX. They do not respect OPEX, and they definitely do not respect month-end flows, nor the first week of the year month flows, nor these mechanical things that take place in the market, which is I find shocking. I'll be honest with you. I find it very shocking that people think that these are normal days. They're just like every other day, and they're not. That's okay. I always find it fascinating that on expiration days, wild things happen and no one can seemingly explain why, and they make a lot of shit up as to why. That's okay. If you look up expiration on Twitter, it's not a big thing. It's only very small groups of people that are aware of it, I guess. So anyways, I view OPEX like it too. I view OPEX like a don't fight the flow kind of a thing, and very wild things can happen against your, hey, I'm going to do this today, I'm going to make this big decision today and that big decision. It's kind of one of those days where I don't like a lot of decision making. I don't like making a lot of decisions on today. I also look at it like if you're already in something, you don't make a lot of decisions on this day. Just kind of like let it do its thing and then come back to it at the end of the day. Or the following day would be even better. There's a few other things here too. I wrote a brief last night. And I think I needed to. When we come into uncertain times in the market, only when we're in uncertainty, only when like uncertainty, risk off, I'll see things all over the internets. I'll see I see people get quiet. I start seeing people getting washed out. I'll tell you exactly how this goes. Because every time I go risk off, you'll see social media gets quiet. People disappear. They start getting washed out. It gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. You also get like I think yesterday someone said maybe it was 2 days ago someone said Cap says a lot of things, but I don't know exactly what he's saying. And I have heard that before. It's only when we're in uncertainty. So I was thinking about that yesterday, and I'm like, I probably need to go back to like briefs every day. Probably have to go back to briefs, and maybe keep the stream on, but not join the stream as much. A little bit less screen time, and more like write every night a piece, an essay every night. The reason being for that is, it's not easy to switch from the Pavlovian response of buying the dip. You get into the routine of it, and you're in the routine of it, and in the routine of it. And if we switch to risk off behavior, and here's where it gets crazier. If, we're in this like we're in this like wick off pattern that's been going on now since August, September, and the dip's been bought each time. But each time we've washed people out too, and it's getting long in the tooth, right? That trade is getting long in the tooth, so we get weaker and weaker in our response to it. Even though we're getting new highs, it's still weaker. And even if we get a new high at the end of the year, it could get weaker. And what happens is we then move into a markdown environment, and when we get into the markdown environment, it gets even more difficult. It can become a slog for a lot of people. Remember, I said to you that 70% of the market are bulls. They might even be higher. Like literally 70%. So when the times are good, times are great. Well, when times are bad, people slowly get washed. It happens every time. You'll see like social media accounts disappear, new ones, and they disappear. And then when you go back into a new bull market or a bull run or something, you see all these new accounts pop up. Bing, 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 bing. People come back, or there's a new batch of investors or traders or whatever. And I understand, I really do. It can become discouraging. Sorry, I'm all stuffed up too. Winky and I, when we go into risk offs, Winky and I will have DM conversations, and even the two of us at some point in that conversation, we get so disgruntled. Like, I don't know, man. I'm just getting out. We're just like, I'll buy some SPY here, but if we have any recovery, I'm out of here. Or I'm done with this market. And that's a real thing that we go through. I think all investors, traders go through that. That if they're bullish, if they're bulls. And then sell side and bears and stuff, they ball sack slap you for a year and a half or something, or 3 years, depending on the bear run or whatever, however long that is. And you have to think about those guys. They get annihilated for years. It's always a bull run anyway. It's always a bull market of some kind. So they have it even worse than we do.
Feds Logan says data centers will keep boosting electricity prices.
So I wrote this
Currently,
brief
Feds
last
Logan
night.
is answering questions at an event in Zurich.
I think that to write more essays again can at least give the top line. This is what the ultimate thing is, or cutting through all the noise out there. This is what it really is. And I wasn't able to relate this in the brief last night, but I wanted to, which was it was fascinating to watch. It was fascinating on Wednesday close. I made a bunch of money on some calls. Made like 300% or something stupid. And I got out of the trade. I still had some puts on. I left it on. It didn't matter if they burned. I made so much money on the call side that it didn't matter. And we said go long into the close today. I think we also said, I think David mentioned to me, it's probably better to do futures or something so you can get out, or you trade after the bell. But of course, NVDA doesn't print or it doesn't report until after 4:15, so that doesn't really work either. Or if you're getting long after the bell, that you close them on the open. We thought futures was better, and so we made money on the run up into the report, right, on Wednesday. And then you get the report after the bell, and there was the initial run up. And the thesis was take the money and run. So if you'd taken the money, you made money. You know, you took the risk, the easy risk. You took the money and ran. And then at like 9 p.m. that night, that last 4-hour bar triggered an outlook higher. And so I put out some charts. I'm like, hey, buy this bar from 9 p.m. into tomorrow in futures. Excuse me. There's money we made here. Now that also triggered a back test on, I believe, 660 on SPY, and then I forget what it was on Nvidia. And if that held, you should do a nice distribution. But we'd wait for the pullback to it in the morning of Thursday. And what I found fascinating was, or the most fascinating part of Wednesday through Thursday was the noise level along the way. Like the noise level going into the ER of being afraid to go long. And that is reasonable. It's reasonable. If you look at all of the tech earnings for this season, they all sold. Like almost all of them, right? This is the one that did not.
ECB's Pereira speaking at events in Portugal.
Voice news disconnected.
And what did I read? What did I read afterwards? Like just after, what did I read? I should have longed that. And I was like, fuck. I was like, yeah, if you'd done that, 100 times this, or not, maybe not 100, but like 20 times for TMT and Mag 7, you'd be a loser, 19 out of the 20. So it's hard to beat yourself up. I get the feeling, but it's hard to beat yourself up if you miss that trade. It really is. To have that, like that hindsight vision and say, fuck, I should have done that. And then, or at least be able to acknowledge, hey, I had done that the other 19 times, I'd be poor. I'd be rich today, but I'd be, net poor. Right. And then, of course, there's the second leg up, which is this should sell off, after the bell at like 6 p.m. or something, or 9 p.m. And if you check the history of NVDA, if you'd have run that trade 10 times, you're a loser 9 out of the 10, right? So there's no edge there either in my book. I feel like a lot of the market is systematic. There's a lot of discretionary stuff to do, but I think when you're able to, like as a retailer, you're able to be systematic and you're able to be discretionary. And I think it's okay to be discretionary, but I don't think it's okay to be discretionary with your whole account either. Discretionary is when you sit in the driver's seat and you take over the autopilot. You say, I'm going to drive this thing myself, which is fine. But you want to drive maybe not with your whole book, right? And you don't want to also be discretionary at 10% of time until you have a zero account balance either, do you? I normally try to be discretionary. I try to be systematic. And then I try to use some of my profit for my discretionary trades. What do you mean by that? Like I have a system to make money. And if I make profit, I allocate that profit to different places. I'll allocate profit to housing, like another business that I own. I'll try to allocate money to debt, literal debt. Well, I hate debt. I used to have a lot of debt and leverage debt and all that, like not leverage debt, but like leverage money and stuff. And I don't like it anymore. I pay for things when I can in full, especially depreciating things, even with 0% interest. I mean, I used to even do the 0% interest stuff, but I've even gotten away from that. I don't like paying for things over time. I've learned as I get older that I don't like the idea of paying for something over time that I might not like as much over time. Like I made a decision on something, I'm not a fan of it anymore. I'd rather just get rid of it, you or not have to pay it and think about it every month. That's just me though. But discretionary trading allocation should come from something else that's profitable. So then we come into so I'm listening to the social media chatter, and I'm reading the news articles. I gotta read the news as it's happening. This is like 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Then I'm reading some of the after stuff from like 6 to 9 p.m. on Wednesday. I popped over on Wall Street Bets and saw the live thread that they had. That was cool. But I read the live thread through from 4 p.m., scrolling through it all. And I wasn't scrolling through it all necessarily to gain any insight. I was just trying to gauge sentiment. And there was a lot of, innuendo. There was a lot of like, hey, man, that was the fucking bottom. And fuck these bears. And I think that works a lot when we're in risk on saying that stuff. I don't think that it works when we are in risk off. And I think it shows how many people don't know that we're in risk off, or believe that we're in risk off, or want to accept that we're in risk off. So that's an issue. It really is. And then, of course, we continue up and over into the next morning, and we're in positive gamma for the moment. Markets in positive gamma. We have not, at that point, back tested an hourly trigger. We're now pulling back to do that. And what do? We fail. That's a classic sign of being in risk off. It's like automatic failure. And then we start blasting down all day long. We blasted down all day long on Thursday. Then we recovered slightly. I actually got some calls as we're recovering. And I was watching them, and I'm like, man, they want to run this to the downside. And the only thing I'm thinking to myself yesterday going sideways is this is a flat correction. And my first instinct was, this is a flat correction to go up. And as we're flat correcting, I'm thinking to myself, why am I thinking that? I'm thinking that because I have the Pavlovian response myself. And I know that if we're flat correcting, it's for a move where? Down. So for a move down, not up. And I have to retrain myself, even myself, for that environment. Not an easy thing to do. So we go down yesterday. We ended up going up, of course, but or I didn't lose a bunch of money either. I was actually up yesterday on those calls 100% at one point. And then I got sidetracked doing stuff for the stream. And I was down a little bit towards the close yesterday, but I'm thinking to myself, as we're going down to the close, like, hey, man, that flat correction was for a move lower. And I think even when we go down, we tend to think we're looking for a bottom. And even I do that. Like, we're looking for a bottom. And in fact, it's the inverse. So if we are in by the dip, if we're in by the dip, we think, or we assume that this will hold. That's a major inflection point. So we bounce, we mark a bottom. Or hold on here. We bounce where we think that is. We mark a new high, and all of a sudden we got like triggers on like a daily trigger under here, an hourly trigger under here, and momentum's on our side, and we're looking up. And we should not be doing that right now. That's the inverse of that. In this inverse situation, we're looking for. So hold on a second. We'll do this one, right? Do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say whatever that is. I don't care. There's our bounce right there, and we're actually looking down. Do we turn around? That's fine, but if we poke our heads this way, we are actually looking to add new lows. If we were in a buy the dip situation, when we come, let's say we go up here, we're actually looking up, right? So we're like wham, 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 and we're expecting a look higher. Oops, there's look higher. Awesome. We'll mark out we think is the bottom, right? Come back down here. That holds, or back up again. All the shit comes down underneath. And what do we do at that point? We mark out a new top, don't we? We say, hey, look, we hit our target, we held our bottom, and now we're going to look higher. Does that make sense? So then you're planning for, some kind of failure here, and then a new high right here, and then you're going to target that one right there. And that makes sense, right? Well, in the inverse, when we're looking for a bottom, if we don't poke our head, sure, we can mark that out as a potential bottom to get back into risk on. But if we do poke our heads down below, we are looking for new lows. And also, let's say we're in risk off and we come down here and we bounce, we make a new high. We start getting into some resistance, right? Resistance, higher inflection points. When we come back up here, what are we expecting? Are we expecting for it to poke our head above? We're expecting it to fail and then break through the bottom. So you know how how we're in buy the dip and we're like, hey, we won't break through the first time. The fucking second time you do, whoop, there's your head. And then the third time you actually get right through it. And changing that behavior is not easy. It's not easy. It's not an easy thing to do for a lot of people. So this actually becomes the inverse, right? And let's say you hit this bottom right here. Now you're making money, and we gotta what? Hey man, that's the bottom, bro. And you're like, nah, wait a minute. Let's now look lower again, and let's start looking for some real support, or where are the real buyers, or where do people feel comfortable? Where's the sentiment changing? Where's the news story changing? And that kind of stuff. So in that brief I told you last night, we're going to do probably a private stream. We're coming into OPEX, or today's OPEX. We're coming into also a quiet time in the market. So I think we have some time here. We have a half day next week. We have a day off next week. We're likely going to have a really quiet market early next week. So I think at some point over this next week or two, we're going to spend some time. I want to call it a boot camp, but it really isn't. But we're going to spend some time on sell side. And there's a reason for that. It's just like looking at how you do sell side, how you look at sell side, that kind of stuff. Even if you don't like being sell side, at least you can become comfortable with it, or acknowledge it, or be aware of it. We can take some notes, so you can post them on your next to your monitor on your desk at home or in your office, so that you can be aware of those things. The last time we were in risk off was February, and if you remember, when we were getting close to the end, I knew we would fail to break out, but I kept saying, I want to watch what the response is on these points of resistance. And I got a lot of blowback for that. People were like, oh, Cap, it's going to fail. What do you care? And I'm like, I have to watch this because if we're going to make a turn, that will be an indicator that we poke our heads above. And I want to be ready for some kind of a turn or bottom. Once we poke our heads, we should slam down and hammer that bottom out. And then be able to make a breakout, get into some risk-on behavior, and then start really longing the market with some confidence. And so I think we should go back and maybe look at that stuff this week. And there's a reason for that too, which is what? If we're in distribution, and it started in September, and no matter what happens in December, what is the next phase of that? It's called markdown. And markdown is violent, usually. And you can really get eaten alive in there. You can give back every dollar you have. Not only that, you can begin to feel like the market will never recover and your stock or ETF is never going to recover, and you capitulate. And then all of a sudden we go back up and you say, oh my God, if I had just stayed in, I would have been rich or flat, or I could reevaluate or renegotiate or any of those kind of things. It's a classic way for market efficiency to wash you out, make you fearful, and then, of course, we restart again. And if you haven't been beaten up enough, you'll do it again until you're beaten up enough, and you either leave the market permanently, someone new replaces you, or you finally bend the knee to this or to risk-off behavior. They acknowledge that it's there. And not go on social media and say all these bears are wrong and fuck it, if I should have just done this and I should have just done that and I should have just done this, and all these other like hindsight things. They don't really help. I'll be honest. They don't really help. It doesn't mean there are not opportunities in risk off to get long. There are. If we were to go through an entire year of a bear year, there are still 2 times a year where bulls every time can go long with confidence. Normally it's the inverse. So where like if you're in a bull market, you should expect like April, May, June to be the start of bull season. You still usually get that, believe it or not. You usually get some relief in like that April, May. It's normally a little bit later, like May, but you'll get some relief in May, and then you'll get another, believe it or not, another bounce usually in like October or something. Like during September and October and November, you actually get a little pump, and sometimes you even get a holiday rally in there too. It might not be all-time highs or stuff like that, but you do get a chance to breathe a little bit in those enviros. So it's not like you have to be a sell side the entire time either. You just have to know when the market becomes supportive, at least supportive. And that doesn't mean you have to go all bear either. I tried to talk a little bit about that in the brief last night too, which is it's intoxicating to be sell side. It's very intoxicating. Let me bring this back up. It's intoxicating to be sell side, and all of a sudden you wake up and you're swept up in a squeeze. One of the negative things about being in a bear market or even risk off is you're like, you miss the down move, then you miss the down move, then you miss the down move, and you're scraping the bottom. And you're like, oh man, I'm still short, bro. I'm still getting puts. I'm still doing this. I'm still doing that. And then that last moment, you're squeezed. You're short futures, and you're literally right in direction, right in the down move, and you're swept up in this big squeeze, and you get wiped out again. So even there's danger. On sell side in risk off, bear markets, crashes, any of those kind of things. You can get eaten alive in there too. You can get whipsawed from, I'm by the dipper, now I'm on sell side and I'm getting eaten alive in there too. Or I'm taking risky things, risky trades, when there's way better times to sell. Let me ask you that question too. When we, on Thursday open, we were expecting a pullback to, on SPY at least, I forget what Nvidia was, but on SPY it was 60. Were you patient? Did you exit, be patient, look for the bounce, and then mark it out and start looking to go up? If you had done that, you wouldn't have gotten caught in Thursday. You wouldn't have been caught in that. And it's so intoxicating to be like, that's the bottom, we're never going back down, I'm just going to stay long. I'm just going to add here. I'm going to blindly do this, slam the button. And that can take people out. So let me ask you the next question on Thursday. If we're in risk off and we make this big giant rip, did anybody get caught in puts or did anybody get caught short? Was anybody out there saying, no, we're in risk off, we just had a huge squeeze, I'm looking to actually sell from here? Because selling from that high was very productive, wasn't it, yesterday? It was very productive, wasn't it? It was really nice into the close. And those people are happy. So we probably need to spend some time on this kind of stuff, even for sell side. So if you're sell side and you're trying to scrape the bottom, there's always a squeeze or a rip to sell. Does that make sense? So where are you selling from? Are you selling from I missed everything and I'm at the bottom of the bottom barrel scraping, or am I, hey, no, man, I watched that rip and I'm way up here trying to sell down? So we probably need to spend some time on this. And it's very easy to get caught up like, oh my God, that is the bottom of the market. And oh my God, we're going to the moon. And everybody's talking about it. And meanwhile, there's a few traders that are like, oh, I'm going to sell the fuck out of that squeeze. Not everybody, but there are people that do, and they know it. And there are people that are naturally sellers too. They're a very small group of people, but there's some people that can trade both sides, but it's a very small group of people that are always looking to sell. Always. And they usually fail most of the time in a bull market, and they're usually poor. But for a brief moment, they make a lot of money. They're already thinking about that, selling that rip. They naturally try to do that. So if it's unnatural for you, we need to shift into that stance at some point, or you're going to get washed. If you're a bull out there, I'm talking to you. You're going to get upset. You're going to beat yourself up. You're going to lash out at other people. You're going to go to zero. I'll just tell you, you're going to go to zero. If you fight that trend, you're fighting against a trend. I'd say this to bears and bull markets. Dude, why do you keep fighting this? Like, not that you don't I make money. Yeah, you might make some money, man, but why are you fighting trend? Why are you fighting the easy trade? It normally doesn't work out for most people. So I think this week, when we come into this new week, we should spend some time on some private streams maybe during the daytime. Maybe I should be on the stream less and be writing more briefs, so that no matter what we discuss in the show, no matter what, like we do a lot of stuff here, right? We talk about all kinds of stuff, that maybe we should make sure we're clear in briefs and say, this is where we're at. Matter of fact, the briefs that we do put out for our counts for Elliott Wave, those have been great. Those have all been from a perspective of a seller. They've been printing like mad. So I think I need to spend some time writing an essay to you every night and say, hey, man, this is where we are. Do I think we're going up? Sure, I'd love us to go up. But technically we're not. We're going down. We're still looking for a bottom. I think you heard me all this week saying, I want to trade 43 and 46. I don't know when we can do that. I don't know if that's next week. I don't know if it's 2 weeks, 3 weeks. But I'd like to do it. And why? I've already said it, right? I want to open up markdowns. I still think if we open up 46, we can trade 700. Actually, we can expand the upside to 720, believe it or not. Which is wild, right? That's true, too. But we also unlock markdown time. And we unlock markdown time, that's when we start making real big moves. If you think this is bad, this is nothing. I want to say that to you. If you think where we are is bad, this is nothing. Truthfully. When we go into markdown mode, we haven't even started rolling yet. In my eyes, like we've rolled, but we haven't really rolled. We're still topping right now. When we start marking down, it's like, it's down, baby, down. It's like 20% at least. I'll say 13 to 15, maybe 10 to 15%, but hitting 20, that's 560. 20, that ain't nothing. That ain't nothing. We can do that twice. We can like go down 20%, come back up, fill an all-time high, and go down and pound that thing out again for 40% overall. You do that a couple times, it ain't fun. If you're in a stock, they'll take your shit to the cleaners. Not an ETF, but like a stock, they'll take your shit to $1. That's no fun either. And if your stuff doesn't come back, not only do you get the humility of being pounded down to dust, your shit never comes back. That's going to suck too. That's why I always say collapse into the indexes, because those always do come back. They replace the CEO. They replace the company. The S&P 500 always comes back. If you own the S&P 500, you never ever sell. If you're red on an S&P 500, if you're like red, oh my God, my S&P 500 is red, you never sell that shit. Never ever sell an index well, not an index, but like S&P 500, you never sell that unless it's green. For you, whatever your cost basis is, your DCA and your cost basis, you're selling this and getting divvies if you have them. You never ever sell that into the red, ever. The day that you die, and even that's difficult. I can tell you firsthand, it's never fun. The feeling of wanting to sell an index when you're in the red. I've been there. So, anyways, next week, this week we should spend some time. You don't have to participate in this if you're like, oh, Cap, I'm already that guy or whatever. That's fine. But I think most people are not. I think the majority of people are Pavlovian right now, Pavlovian dip buyers. And furthering that point, if we don't go back to risk on for a period of time, let's say it's 6 months or a year, breaking that habit is not easy either. You become Pavlovian on sell side. You end up being like, I don't believe that's the bottom, and I don't believe that we're in risk on again. That's true. Like, you'll have a hard time breaking that. As a matter of fact, when we came back in the spring, we came back to the all-time high. I actually stepped off not too far past it. I actually stepped off SPY. And I told, I think, Winky and maybe David AMS. I don't know if I told David, but I definitely told Winky. I was like, I'm not riding this train with any risk in the market for the rest of this presidency until he becomes until he becomes lame duck to the market. Lame ducks are dangerous, by the way. Trumping president. He's able to be lame duck for the entire 4 years in an effective way. And if you ever look up lame duck presidents, they are able to do what they want to do, regardless of how people feel about them. This doesn't matter what party they're from. They could be Democrats, doesn't matter. They can make they can make decisions that upset everyone, including their own party, and not care, no matter who they are. And I was like, I want off the bus. I'm like, I don't want to be buying the S&P 500 SPY one day and walk in and have like a 10% down day, and just have that feeling in my gut and that I'm upside down in SPY. And so I stepped off the market that time period. I mean, I still go long and shit, but the losses or the holding of those losses are minimal. And the first thing we're going to do is this. We're going to talk about something here. We're going to talk about what risk off looks like in this show today and Friday. I don't think we're going anywhere today. I think, just so you know, you should see stocks that are mooning. You should see stocks that are burning. You should see a lot of stocks that are sideways. If you see whatever you're in is going like this, like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, expect more of that into the close today. If you're seeing your stock moon, you can take some money and run off that. If you're short something and it's blasting down, take that money and run too. We'll come back tomorrow and it'll be back to normal again. That's been my experience in every OPEX since I started learning about them. So for the moment, last night, I think, I forget who it was. Someone asked me yesterday about duration. And I said, they said, what do you mean you don't? They said, what do you mean you don't have risk on? You've got calls and stuff for the end of the year, and you're talking out of two sides of your mouth. And I want to talk about what it means to be risk on and risk off. Like, what does that mean? And the duration of it, and the mechanics of it. So, briefly, we're going to look at something here. Hold on. We're going to spend just a short bit on this for the free audience. We'll spend a ton more time on this this upcoming week. And I've heard lots of conjecture. I've heard things like what about a black swan? I've heard that before. We get trained by like the Investopedias out there. We get trained. We get trained by other retailers. We get trained by sayings and memes, and I think we even get trained by the street to some extent as a retailer. And because it's written from, I mean, I'm not trying to shit on Investopedia. They're just an easy heel for this. But we trust as a retailer what we're told by trustworthy sources. You know, like AI or Wikipedia or Investopedia or, anything like that. I spend time in subreddits for like quants and stuff, and algorithmic trading groups and stuff like that. And there's a lot of discussion and arguments in there about these topics. There are very rigid, very smart people that believe in these things, and there are others that are like, nope, there's some arbitrage in here. You're not acknowledging. I think that's the world that I live in a lot of the times. And black swans. I posit that there's no such thing as a black swan. I posit that there's more emotional and thinking that gets impacted by human emotion, or the consumption of outside information that may not be accurate, that can lead someone to a black swan type event, or not even acknowledging. And I think just saying, I think I gave a warning, I think on Monday, halfway through the day or something. And then I gave another warning. I gave two. I gave the first one where I said, we're risk off. We hadn't actually dived yet. I just said, we're risk off. And then I gave a second warning. And I'm like, I've been thinking about this all week. Today's Friday, right? I've been thinking about this all week. I'm like, issued that warning and said I would say we're out of this. If we were back into risk on, I would tell everybody. And I think even knowing that we're in risk off, that people still disregard it. Or trade against it. And I think that small thing right there is how you get to a black swan for a trader or an investor. That you've been told, even when you're told, that's how you get caught in the black swan, or that's how black swan becomes a thing. So. We're going to discuss briefly. I think I brought this up before. I want to go over it again. I don't know who asked about that yesterday. I said I would cover it this morning. And I will right now. It's very simple. It's extremely simple, but it's hard to execute. It's one of the most difficult things to execute. We're constantly bombarded by misinformation, fear, doubt. This is whether we're in a risk on or risk off environment. So if we go down here, and we're going to look at something simple. It's very simple. We can do this at any point in history. We're just going to quickly look at it. We can go back in way far back in time. We can go as far back as you want. You can go as far back as you want. What you can do here is Bork has actually built a lot of stuff into these tools. We're going to roll these out, I believe, this week. We're not going to discuss them here in this free show, but I'm going to tell you, I'm going to describe these things to you. And I'll say this simply. I'll keep this very simple. No matter where you are in the market, this doesn't show the hourly trigger, but more importantly, the daily and weekly trigger and price. You can even see down here that you have a cross of the daily trigger above the weekly trigger and price above it. Excuse me. With a back test. That's a beautiful thing right there. Now, of course, you're going to get all of the, hey, I called this and I did that and I did this and oh my God, I was right. You'll be a hindsight trader and say, oh man, I'm going to remember this, and then you're going to fail a bunch. But in reality, this right here is your signal, the cross of the daily and weekly, and then a successful back touch of the daily trigger. You can create an alert for that in our stuff. And that is risk on again. Now, when you get to that risk on point, there's another problem that arises. On every subsequent backtest or correction or major correction from here, you'll have a tendency to not add to that position. You'll be watching the news, or you'll be watching FinTwit or something, and you'll hear all of the reasons why you don't add. Maybe you wait. But as long as that daily trigger is not crossing through that weekly trigger, still risk on to some extent. And especially if that daily trigger is not chasing price. So the daily trigger stays up as we're hanging out down here, but it's not turning down. It's still kind of risk on. It really is. Now you can become risk off and adding to this position, but you're not selling either. Does that make sense? You're not selling your position, but you're not adding either. You come back up above the daily trigger, you back test it successfully a couple times with new highs, and you can then begin to add to that position. Again, so ready? We have the cross. We start a position in SPY. If you're waiting for conditions to improve, you're not selling SPY, but you're not adding either. So even here, you're kind of risk off. I'm not adding anything until we get back into this. I'm not selling my position. And I have not seen a cross of the daily and the weekly yet either. All of a sudden, we're, oh, hey, time to add again. So I'm adding again now, right? And the idea here is that you never sell out. You're never taking profits. You're just adding or not, or risk off, but you're not selling risk off. Daily has not crossed yet. And so you add again and again and again and again and again. Now you come into this point right here, and you see price blast down over here. Oh my God, it's a bloodbath. That's a correction. Has the daily trigger crossed? Nope. Am I adding here? Nope. No adding, right? Back up here again, new low. Oh my God, it's terrible, right? Has the daily trigger crossed the weekly? Nope. Not adding, risk off, not doing anything, right? Come over here, blast down, right? Oh my God, there's the cross. There's real bad, right? So I sell right here. In this instance, I sell. I cut it all loose. So I'm out right here. I'm super risk off, right? We go risk on again. 1, 2. Hey, look at that. And I even got this one. No cross, right? Start one, add again. And I'm back in the market again. Like right where I got off, right where I go back in again. Haven't lost anything. Not a thing. You do this over and 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 over again. Same shit. Over and over and over. Here's a big one. Big cross here, risk off. Bury down here. Right? Now the daily trigger's through, right? I'm out, right? I'm super flat in there, aren't I? That's the daily and the weekly cross. I did not get caught in what? In a black swan. I didn't get caught in a black swan. I didn't get caught in a black swan. And not only that, when the black swan is over, what do I see? I see the cross right here again. So let's look at that really quick. So I have the daily crossing the weekly. I am out of market. I have the daily cross the weekly again down here. I'm back in the market again. Hey, man, everything's awesome. Yeah, baby. Woohoo. I don't care about that. Oh, I care about this. Right there. Flat again. Duration making money. Get out. Get back in. Duration making money. Cross. There might be a little bit of in, out, in, out, in, out, but back in again. Same thing up here. Out again. No bloodbath for me. I don't know if this is going down here. I have no idea. Go back into risk on again. Hey, look at that. I'm back on risk again. Now I'm back up again, back up again, back up again, back up again, back up again. Same shit over here. See this cross right here? I encounter none of that. There's no new high in here. There's a high, but no new high, so I'm not getting long. All of a sudden, we're back up again. We got the cross. I got a high, a new high. Back down here, I get to jump on right there at that point. And I'm out and running. Risk on again. That's fairly simple. You can do this exercise yourself with triggers and just set alerts for these conditions. Now, we'll do this privately on a private stream this week. We will actually set those alerts. You can do that for yourself and say, I'm risk off, but not selling my position. I'm now risk off and I'm selling everything. I'm risk off, but I'm adding to my position. I'm risk on again, adding every back test, every correction, every pullback. And you go the duration. And you should be able to do this for your rest of your life, to be honest with you. And that is what duration is. That is what risk on is. And to further this point, you can do this with any. Let me go back over here again to the main screen. You can do this with any stock. You might say to me, "Hey, Cap, I'm poor." You can do this with Ford. Ford has one of the highest. It's like a top 25 most traded stocks in the stock market. It's dirt cheap. And at some point, we have to switch to that, the degeneracy, like I'm going to be a degen for the rest of my life. I think that's fine if you're wealthy and you can lose that money and you're a gambler. That's fine. But I think that for most people, they're trying to escape something, either a job or a career, or they're retired, or they're just unemployed. Maybe they work at Wendy's. And you can apply this to something that you can afford that is, I think I said it was one of the most traded stocks is Ford. You can set those alerts just on that. And this really does come down to, at some point in your trading career, to own the stock market. Own the stock market. Sell options. Collect a dividend. And then use those profits that are consistent to be a degenerate. To buy call spreads or calls or zero dates or one dates. And it's very easy to do. It's not hard. it's literally, if you did with Ford, it's like something that takes a week or two or a month with a normal paycheck to begin and grow wealth. And if we go into some kind of correction or major correction or even a bear market or a crash or something, even right now where we are, this big distribution that's happening, it sets us up for that eventuality again. So if you're ready for it when it happens, you can then jump on the bus with the rest of us. And as a matter of fact, I think I spoke about this in the 2 warnings I gave. I said, I'm risk off. I'm not adding to positions. That's buying the S&P 500. That's what it is, or buying a stonk or whatever. So with weights, with money, with my wealth, with my actual wealth, not fucking around with this and fucking around with that, or buying some TGT, or that's all like buying some call spreads or calls. That's all different shit. Being long duration is different. It is what you do to generate money. There's no gray in that. It's black and white. It really is. It's systematic. There's systematically long or not, or short or flat, or you're not adding, or you're actually exiting the market. And to that point, why do I say I'm not adding? I'm risk off. I'm not adding. Okay, then why didn't you sell? Well, because you are always afforded a quality place to exit. Always. Even if you go risk on again. There's a moment in risk off where you're not adding, but you also are able to step off if required. That's the funny thing. It's a hard thing to manage. It's not easy to do that. So you can go like risk off, not adding, and then you can actually go risk off, stepping off. And at that moment, normally there's a lot of bullish feelings out there when you're doing that. And you might actually squeeze up, like, fuck, I should have stayed long or added or all these other things. But in fact, you'll be given the chance to re-enter the market on 2 new highs thereafter. So we will do a stream this week where I write this stuff out for you. And you can backtest it going back to the 1890s. And it systematically works 100% of the time. Not 80, not 60, not 30. There's no black swans. And it's very simple rules. And if you do that, then we can take shitty trades and they can fail. And you're not going to care because you're going to have money that you've generated consistently over duration. But again, it's not an easy thing to do. You're going to be constantly bombarded with contra bullshit information. Whether we're going risk off, you're going to be countered with bullish contra information. That's bullshit or horse shit. And then you're going to be countered with doomish contra information. That's horse shit while we're in duration. So when we're in duration, you're going to hear a lot of noise that is like, get the fuck out of here. And then you're going to hear a lot of noise when we're going into risk off. That's get the fuck out of here from the other side. And I don't know how you put those blinders on or cope or deal or manage that. But I find that before I started streaming, the easy way to do that was I stayed the fuck off socials. I traded way, way less. I didn't get sucked into the crazy town. I'll be honest with you. So I think this week we should discuss that stuff. Have some kind of a boot camp. Write those rules out together. I mean, I know them, but I want you to have them so that when we go back into risk on or we go into risk off and sell, you know when time to sell if you're long out there. And some of you don't ever sell. There's some of you out there that I know you're watching and listening to this right now, and you're like, I just keep adding on any major crash or bear market, man. I'm in it to the end. I think that's fine too. Or I've gotten to a point where I'm wealthy enough where I just sell options, bro. Just sell calls on major highs and I'm selling puts on a crash of 20 to 50%. That makes sense too. But most people are not you. You know, when people say they're wealthy or repeat until you're wealthy, most people are not patient. Most people, they get caught up, swept up in the soap opera, the Mexican telenova. That's what the stock market is to me, and telenova. There's always like a new guy and he gets shot and killed, and the other guy's cheating on his third wife, and you know he's had like 16 wives, and so. But most people are not that person. Most people are not independently wealthy. They're not. If you just check the facts, it's a very small group of people. So I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to the guy that works at Wendy's. I'm speaking to the guy that's a dentist. I'm speaking to the guy that's an attorney, or the guy that is normal. And that's the majority of investors and traders. So luckily, we're in, believe it or not, this is going to make it sound crazy to you maybe, but luckily, we're in the first stage of risk off. We're in risk off and don't add. And if we go into risk off and exit the market, luckily, when we come back into risk on, the best part of that is that you will have a chance again to start duration, a duration trade. And those are hard to pick because when you do a duration trade, you have to be able to add. And when you finally exit, you may take a haircut. And you don't want that haircut to be deep enough to mess with all of your duration. How people take haircuts in the stock market or black swans is they didn't have duration. So they're like in and out, getting cut up, too fearful to buy the dip. They're not aware of duration. And then when the roll finally comes, they're in the market 100% of their account. The roll comes and they get flushed or washed. And you should never get washed out of the stock market if you follow this systematic trade. Ever. You should never be red. Or you could be red here and there, but not net. You should not be red. And then the winnings that you make, you can then do what? You can be what? Not systematic. You can be discretionary. You decide what you do with your own money that you're making money off of the stock market. You can pay your bills. You can get a house. You can gamble. You can buy cocaine. You can pay child support. You can pay alimony. You can do anything you want to do with that money. You can, I don't know, whatever the fuck it is you do. New shoes. I like Ferragamos, and I like this and that. Whatever your thing is that you like, you can do with that discretionary spending. Now, the systematic stuff, you cannot. That's stuff you use to fund all your adventures in life. That is you managing your own money. That is you managing your finances. You're your own financial advisor at that point. And you might be afforded that soon. You might get another chance at this soon. So if you're dour, I want you to know that we're in risk off. And if we go to risk off and sell everything and mark down, wherever that bottom is, you're going to be given yet another chance to go long for duration. And if we set you up with those rules and those alerts, you can actually dumb it down. You can actually get an alert that says, hey, man, don't add, but we're in risk off. Don't add any positions. You can actually write it so that it says what you want it to say. Hey, asshole, remember me? Remember we're in the bottom and you didn't trust this bottom? I'm telling you to exit. And now I'm telling you to get long again. Hey, guy, remember when you were like really bullish there? I wrote myself a note for the future. This is future you calling right now. Get long, asshole. And, this is future you, bro. You need to exit the market right now. Or, bro, don't add that right there. And maybe that'll help you as a trader and investor to trust yourself and not what you're consuming out there. It's your own voice telling you. You can actually make yourself a little like voicemail if you wanted. Seriously. You can literally trigger a voicemail to call you and say, hey, bro, don't worry about it. And if we get that chance again, join us. We have a lot of members that do this. They get very quiet in our Discord. They're there. They just are tired of telling you this. Some of you know who those guys are, right? They're there. And they explain this system to you, and they have multiple times. And it's, woo, yeah, fuck that guy. Really, that guy is constantly profitable. And maybe joining in duration in the middle is not the best. You know, or are we in the middle? Are we at the beginning or at the end? You can lose money doing that. But if you start that duration trade from a risk off, you do have an opportunity to get in on the bottom, stay long during duration, and know when to exit or not add or begin adding again. So we're in risk on, add every pullback, every correction. Even if you're wrong, you're going to be right. And you don't care about anybody anymore. And then when we get to risk off, you're not adding anymore. And you're like, wow, man, this is great. Maybe you can see the world in a new light, or the stock market in a new light. Maybe you start realizing that a lot of the rules out there, the things from Investopedia or from Wikipedia or from AI or whatever, is wrong. And maybe it's not for you. And then it becomes very ironic. And, you stop listening to all the noise. Start turning off the news, and start turning off the telenova. You stop listening to the the fucking 30-page fucking manifestos. You know, it's going to be because of this. It's going to be because of credit spreads. It's going to be because of the dollar trade. It's going to be because of fucking rates. It's going to be because of the long end. It's going to be because of this and because of that. And you're going to say, fuck all that noise. I give a flying fuck about all that stuff. Am I risk on? Am I risk off? If I'm risk off, am I adding or not? If I'm risk off, am I exiting? Is this where I exit? And those kind of things mean more than anything else. So hopefully we get back to that place. If at any point we go back to risk on, we can start a duration trade, believe it or not. We literally can. No matter the time of year, we can start a duration trade. And we can exit if we go back to risk off again. And if we, don't go risk on and we go from risk off, no add, to risk off, sell everything, once we bottom, you can then join in with that duration trade with us. And I think this whole year has been building up to that. I think this whole year is like turning into this whole systematic approach, and where we can actually get some duration going again from the start. And I hope that you can join us in that. I want you to be a happy trader and a happy investor, not panicking and not getting eaten alive and not getting swept up in any of those things. So hopefully you'll stick around during this vacation period and listen to my crazy talk in a private stream. And you already know, if we do, any of you that have watched these private streams, they're way different than the public streams, right? They're absolutely different from a public stream. And I think that when we do those this week, it's going to help a lot of you to become happier. And I love happy traders. I say it to Tesla bulls all the time. You buy the Doom, and you get down there, and you want to always be a happy Tesla trader. I see a lot of unhappy traders right now, everywhere. See them everywhere, all over the place. So I think we need to do that right now. Hey, look at that. Where have we gone? Nowhere. We've gone absolutely nowhere. Perfectly normal day. Perfectly normal OPEX day. Lots of, we're going to break out and we're going to break down and we're going to go here and we're going to go there. And meanwhile, we're stuck in the middle. So we'll get back to the stream here. That's a taste of what this week's private streams will be. There's some other things we need to look at But we're gonna really truly want to set up success. I think the I don't want to call it a boot camp, but am I on the main screen now? Yeah, I am. Let's go over here. There we go. Here's a 1 minute. So you can see it. What we'll do is we're gonna focus this week on two things. We're gonna set ourselves up for a duration. I don't think you can buy this. I want to tell you guys something. I thought about not building this for the community. We built this. When the past month or two. Bork in particular, if you're out there, I fucking love you. More than you know. I love you more than you fucking will ever know. So Bork basically built in the background, and in our tools, something in the background most of you don't know about. And what you can do is basically set up like an auto systematic tool for yourself. And you can put this on any trigger, or not trigger, you can put this on any stock or ETF. Any stock or ETF. I thought about not releasing it to the community because I think it's worth, I don't know, $100,000 a month. Like seriously, that much money. I think I could charge like $100,000. I think I could probably sell it to like 5 people and never sell it again. It's that good. But I have this like, I'm like an empath, sociopath or something, like sociopath empath. So like, I was like, no, we're gonna do it for the community. And what we'll do is we'll build one for you. We'll build one for the community, and then you can apply it to your favorite stock or index, your favorite crypto. I don't give a. Well, the only thing I don't think it'll work on is possibly commodities. Commodities are hard to trade in general. That's a whole nother fucking thing. But we can do this for SPY, and then you can put it on Qs, and you can put it on your favorite stock. You can find out if your stock's in a bear market, if the rest of the market is not. And you can systematically run this with paper. And if I'm fucking wrong, you can tell me, but I guarantee that I'm not. Guaranteed I'm not. I've already run this shit many times. So what we'll do is we'll set this up in a private stream. And the other thing we're going to do is we're going to spend time writing some rules about what is different between buy the dip and sell the rip. And we're going to look at examples of those. And this may even help you on sell side. You're a seller and you like, oh man, I survived during each bull run. Like I make money, but I'm not rich. If you're that seller, this might help you too. I'm a buyer, but I always like hearing other buyers tell me how they make money. I love it. I'm not always right, and I always look for new things. You can never never say that like, oh, Cap's not open to this or that. I am definitely open to anything. So even if you're sell side and you're like, I'm a baller, sometimes you need a refresher. So we'll do those 2 things this week. We're gonna do, or maybe 3. We're gonna do the tool, and we're gonna do what does it mean to be in sell the rip and risk off, and how do we know we're actually in risk on and not succumbing to oh my god, that's the bottom, and oh my god, they were all wrong and all that kind of stuff. Fuck all that noise. It's so much easier to know when you're in risk on. You can make a mistake and still be right. That's the key. When you're in risk on, you can literally pick the wrong pullback and be right in like 3 more days. It always comes back. Always, always. I mean, how many times do you hear people say, oh, God, they're out there buying the dip again. Oh, God, they're doing it again. Oh, God, they won't stop. That's because when you're in risk on, when you're in risk on, you're allowed to be wrong briefly. Same in sell the rip, but on the other side, you can like buy puts and get squeezed and then come right back down and be right again. You know what I mean? Just give it a day, man. I'll be right. You get what I'm saying? So that's, I think, what we're doing this upcoming week into Thanksgiving. Now, the live streams will be up this upcoming week, but if things slow down, you may not see a live stream unless we're at a major inflection point. If we're at a major inflection point, I'll get the live stream going. But I think for a slowdown for Thanksgiving, I'm probably going to do more private streams this week for the community. We're going to spend some time chatting about this stuff, more in depth, and we can even run it on paper. We can run these things on paper, and we don't even need to risk money. We'll just do it on paper. You can tell me if I'm right or I'm wrong afterwards, but I know that I'm right. You can track this stuff, and the best part about this is you're not making any decisions. If the price breaks through daily trigger, this is what you do. If daily trigger breaks through the weekly trigger, this is what you do. And it'll tell you point blank what to do, and you do it every fucking time. No matter what people are screaming at you, or the news, or the telenovas, or the exposés, or it took 30 pages to explain this thing. I read something last night about the Japanese yen, and just the tone and tempo of it. It was like screaming in my ear. I was like, why are you writing like this, man? I was like, why are you so... He's like, it's going to matter in like 3-4 weeks. I'm like, yeah, but we're all expecting a Christmas rally. So what? That'll matter when? Jan 1? I'm like, so why are you screaming in my ear, man? Like, I realize that we all know that. We all know there's going to be some news that breaks come January. We don't care if it's the dollar trade. We don't care if it's the, I don't know, fucking whatever it is. Whatever thing the market decides it is, so be it. I really don't give a fuck. I'll be honest. I don't care. I'm sure they'll make something up that sticks. It's not anything. You make up whatever the fuck you want. Because everything resolves, right? It always does, right? Look at the S&P 500. It always resolves. Look at the S&P 500. Look at it on like a weekly or monthly basis. It always resolves. Every single issue resolves. World War II resolved. World War I resolved. It all resolves. So we just need to know if we're risk on, risk off, how much risk off, and when can we get back in the pool again. And I think if we can do that systematically for the group, it'll make life easier. And we can express that across anything. We can express it across Tesla. We can express it across Nvidia. Wouldn't that be nice to know? I can get long on Nvidia. Wouldn't that be nice? It'd be nice to know, right? I can get long on, I don't know. You name the fucking ticker. I was going to say like Nikola. But you can do that too. Like any stock, no matter what it is. Okay. We're going up now. I'm sure someone's going to say we're going to break out. Maybe. Let's find out. It's 12 p.m. We're going to check the SPY flows now. Trading higher at 657 right now. How you guys all doing? You guys all doing okay today? We're going to slow this down next week. We're going to come in. We're going to hang. All right, I need to go to the hospital. I need to go see my daughter's thing. And I got to go to the I'm being honest with you guys. I got to go to the fucking hospital. I got to go to the goddamn ER. And I'm like, not going to take anybody hostage, but I'm pretty close to that point. Where I'm going to be like, give me that fucking thing right now. Give me that fuck. I'll do it myself. Give me the machine. So that's what my plan is. So I'm probably going to have to spend the night at the hospital on Friday, Saturday, and demand some shit. I have insurance, by the way. I have like real Cadillac insurance, and I'm still not fucking getting the shit that I need done. So I'm going to probably spend the weekend in the hospital. I'll come back on Monday, and you'll have a brief written from me tonight, some expectations and stuff. Next week, expect me to not be on the show as much. You're going to get paper briefs every night so you can read them. And I'm going to walk you through Sell the Rip. I'm going to walk you through Risk Off. And then next week, we're going to spend more quality time together as a group, because the market's going to slow down. This market is going to get quiet. I'm going to tell you right now. All the like busy, hey, we're crashing. All that shit's leaving. Like, today is the day. OPEX is done. Today, at the end of today. People, you might not be going on vacation, but literally 3/4 of my friends start vacation today. They're gone. They're out. They're out of the market. They literally take a week for. I don't get to do that, but any of you guys out, that's kind of nice, right? That's not the rest of America, is it? You got to work. You get one day off if you're lucky. Then you have to go back to work on Friday, right? Or you have to work on Thanksgiving. That sucks too. So I'll stick around with you guys through all of that this weekend. And on Friday, the half day, maybe we can have a cocktail together or something like that. That'll be a public stream. If we can trade this thing vertical on Friday, be great. If we do it on Wednesday, trade it up on Thanksgiving Eve, we'll do that. And maybe we'll have like a hot buttered rum or an eggnog, depending on what my wife lets me do and whatever the goddamn doctors let me do. We'll do that on Wednesday and Friday and hang out too. And we'll get through the holiday together. If any of you are alone for this holiday, I'll try to be here for you. If you don't want to be stuck alone, if you're sad or hurt, if you're leaving today, I want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving. Please do not drink and drive. Please do not drink and drive. Please do not drink and drive. If you're going to see family, do not fight with them. Do not fight with them. If you cannot be nice to them and they cannot be nice to you and you can't hold your tongue, don't be there. Go off alone. Go find some friends. Go sit in a bar. Don't get shit-faced and go back and fight with them either. Don't do anything to yourself. I know that Thanksgiving can be a very hard time for people. I want to issue that warning right now. It's Thanksgiving. If you're lonely, angry, if you hate yourself or something, please reach out to someone you know. Reach out to your fellow trader if you have to. Reach out to someone on Wall Street Bets or Twitter. Find someone else that's alone that you can chat with if you need that. If you really need help, call a hotline. I know that this is one of those times of the year where people do things to themselves that are very destructive. Even if you want to do that, hear what I just said, very destructive to yourself. Don't do that to yourself, please. People actually do care about you. You might not know it, but there are people that care about you. And you can get through the holiday. For those of you that are going away and have a great life and you got nothing bad, please enjoy yourselves out there. If I don't see you, if you ping me and I don't respond, I apologize. I'm very, very busy. And I want to wish you directly right now a happy holiday. If you're leaving, if you're like going on your vacation, enjoy yourselves. Relax. Shed the market. Touch grass. Have sex. Do drugs. Go to church. Sing a song. Do anything you want. Just please take this moment for yourself and your loved ones to share it with each other and have great memories. This is what this holiday is about, right? Being grateful and thankful for what we have, and also for what we've lost, right? So I think Thanksgiving sometimes is a reflection point for the greatest things in our lives that we may not have shown gratitude for, right? And so I want you to know that I care about all of you out there. I truly do. And if I don't see you, happy Thanksgiving. For the rest of you scallywags, I won't be telling you that. I'm going to yell at you for the next few days until we get through Thanksgiving. And we'll have a couple cocktails and we'll shoot the shit and all that cool stuff. We'll hang out. We could probably even do a round table or something. We could potentially do like a private stream where we open up the microphones and you guys can all talk or something. So there's ways for us to you could do like a Google Meet or some shit if you really want to. I'm down. I got a couple things I got to do. I got to go do some food shopping, go to the emergency room, go to my daughter's thing. And then next week I got to get a tree with my kids. That's a tradition for us. And I got to do a few things, some family things. take the dogs. We usually take the dogs for a walk. We drink Fortissimo. It's one of the worst goddamn fortified wines ever made. But we'll eat like Thanksgiving dinner, and then we go for this big long walk. It's usually fucking cold as balls. Oh, and I'm going running. I'm supposed to go run on Thanksgiving. I got like a 5K or something, 15K. I got to go run. I'm fucked. I'm totally fucked. So maybe you'll see me banged up this week. Happy Thanksgiving to you all. And let's get back to the normal thing. So let's talk about a few things. So I hold on a second here. Last night, in the middle of the night, I did buy some Bitcoin. Now, I don't think that's bottom. Where I bought, I don't think that's bottom. There's a weekly or a monthly trigger underneath it. I think it was at 80,000, but I think at 84,000 right in there, we start capitulating. Last night I was on Coinbase, and I was Coinbase. I think I was on Coinbase. I think that's where I bought. I'm not exactly sure where I bought. I've got like two different things. I got like some other thing, and then I got Coinbase, and I ended up buying last night at like 4 a.m. And I was reading the chats going down, and all the big crypto bros were like, "It's going to 74,000 or 73,000," is what they said. Everyone's getting liquidated. I'm not a crypto trader. I'm not a Bitcoin guy. I really don't care if it goes to 73. My next target is like 43 or something. I'm not here to make money off Bitcoin. It's something where I want to diversify. So what I'm trying to do is just add some Bitcoin, and then if we go to 50 or 40, I'll add some more. And it's something that I'm going to probably own for the rest of my life. Do I think it's a fraud? Yes, I think it's a fraud. Do I think it can go to zero? Yes, I think it can go to zero. So then why am I diversifying to it? I used to own Bitcoin a long time ago. And in this big run that went up, I didn't add. I've been out for a long time. And I watched Bitcoin, ETH, and a bunch of other shit go to the moon. And I was like, well, why didn't I just put some extra money in that during that time period? So it's something where I just want to own it. You'll never hear me talk about Bitcoin ever again unless I'm adding. I'm not adding to have an exact pin strike. I'm not adding as a trader or an investor. I'm adding for exposure, I think, and that's it. So as long as we're bouncing around in that monthly trigger, which I think it's been bouncing off of whatever. I had the daddy line or something I put out last night. And I don't care if we go under it. I don't care if we go to a bear market with Bitcoin at all. Am I going to sell it? Nope. Just going to add it these places. And I also want you to know that I don't look at it like I look at trading or investing. I have no faith in Bitcoin. I think it's a fucking fraud. So I really don't care. It's kind of like buying cocaine for me. So I think I bought it like 81,233 or something like that. I'll check and look, but I don't care if it goes down. I don't care if it hits 74 and bounces or 73 or whatever. The guys last night on Coinbase were saying 73 is the target. I just know that these guys are getting fucking liquidated. That's all I care about. I knew before we got there that right around 84 something, 84, 488, I think I had, like right there at that moment, I knew that the liquidation starts. These guys are all going to get cleaned out. And the pain trade starts for Bitcoin bros. So, yeah, I'll just buy it and hold it. And their next level for me is 43,000. So at 50, I'll start adding. If we get down there, I'll start adding like 50. I'm not going to wait for 43. I'm not going to get left behind. I've been left behind enough in life. And I don't have a time horizon on this. So I don't really care. I just want to add and leave it. I don't think I'll ever buy ETH, maybe. I've owned a lot of like crypto. Whenever I've tried to sell, it's always been easy to buy. It's never been easy to sell. And definitely not the price I want to sell. And oftentimes when I'm trying to sell it, it's trying to get out before the drop. and it's not successful, and then I get caught in it, and I get angry and emotional and all this other stuff. That really has happened to me. And then, of course, I used to buy Bitcoin a long time ago because I was on Silk Road. I was one of the very few people in this country on Silk Road. I was one of the very few early adopters of Bitcoin. I used it for, I wanted to make sure I could find good Molly and mushrooms. I never, ever considered it would go to where it is today. So I lost there. Then I owned Bitcoin when it was like, I think it was $700. I thought that was expensive. I remember I had a bunch of it, and my wife needed money, so I sold. Kid you not? And I fucking used it for my wife and kids. I'm grateful I did, but this is like something where it led to something later in life. There was a moment, I want to say 5 or 6 years ago, where my wife and I had a conversation, and I begged her. I was like, look, I've done everything you've said you've asked of me. All these years, I've done the right thing. Because I've made a lot of mistakes when I was younger. When I met her, I decided I'm gonna heal to my wife, and I did, and I finally did. And when I met her, and I did what she told me to do, I did, and we did this for a long time. We raised 2 children. And I came to a point where I said, is it okay if I begin to make decisions? And she said yes. I don't know why the fuck she said yes, but she did. And I've always kicked myself for things like that. Like hindsight, right? I said, never again. never doing this again. Daddy's in charge now. And she's tried her best to allow me to be in charge. She's not always successful. I call her the Rear Admiral. I kid you not. That's what I call her. I'm like, oh God, there comes the Rear Admiral. She's gonna turn it to tell him what to do again. So, and I do heal to her when it matters, even today. But she's allowed me to make my own decisions, and so Bitcoin is one of those things where it's been a very sore spot for me over the years because I hoard. If I can, I will hoard. Like I will buy something and never sell it. Especially an appreciating asset. And then over the years, I learned to hide money. And then when she needed it, I'd be like, hey, I have all this over here for you. For your whammy, here it is. We can take care of that. And that actually helped us in our relationship. But now that I'm older, I can do things like this and not get in trouble. I can make some decisions in my own life again. So Bitcoin for me is one of those things where I'm not going to trade it. It's not even like I wanted to give FTX to my daughter. It didn't. I sold it. I do want to give her some SPY and stuff instead. And maybe if we can get some kind of a TMT winter, if we can get any kind of like Nvidia or company like that down to zero, I might buy those too for the kids. But in this particular case, Bitcoin, it's its own thing. So don't think you're going to hear rational trading. And also, I don't have a ton of time. I don't have a lot of time. Like I burn the candle at both ends. I really am very, very. I work a lot, and that's a hindrance for me to pay attention sometimes to some of my investments, like in Bitcoin particularly. I had to talk to myself into buying Bitcoin, and I had to agree to some things to myself so that I felt good even if it goes down. And one of those things I told myself is, am I okay buying this here and it going down? And I was like, yes. Am I okay if I have to stay in this thing for how long? And I was like, I don't know, 20 years maybe? 10, 20 years till I die? Yeah, probably. So don't expect to hear me like become a Bitcoin bro is my point. Don't expect like this to become a crypto channel, or I'll start wearing pimp clothing and telling you this is going to happen and that's going to happen. My buying Bitcoin is a personal thing, and it's not anything that I can rationally justify. It's terrible to say. I cannot rationally justify this decision. But I do know that I fucking never should have goddamn sold Bitcoin the goddamn 2 times I had it. And it was always easy to use Bitcoin. Like, it was always easy to like pay for something with Bitcoin, but it was never easy to get cash. It was always a pain in the ass. And not just Bitcoin, all kinds of other stupid crypto shit I own. Dude, I bought, I own a ton of Wrapped Luna. I bought the bottom of Wrapped Luna. Like, bottom. Like 0.0000001. Still own it today. It's actually made a bunch of money. I tried to sell it once and I couldn't sell it. They're like, you need lube, gas, you need to do all these, you need to transfer it to this thing and this thing over there. And I'm like, fuck it, stays. And I don't even talk about it. It's actually, I think, doubled or tripled at some point. Maybe twice since then. Oh, what's that right there? 658. Oh my God. Ooh. Ooh. Oh yeah. I heard someone earlier say if I can get to 665 today, I'm selling. Cap, do you think we can go to 665 today? I'm like, I ain't answering that guy right now. Like, he's out of his mind. Like, he'd ask that question like 8 times a day. Oh yeah. Ooh. You know the best part about yesterday and today was? Everyone was saying, yeah, we might go to 700, but you might have to wait until like late December. I'm like, that's the perfect time to ramp it right now. Ramp it and make them the supply as we go up there. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a pretty good line. Is that a pretty good drawing? Is that a bad drawing? Good drawing? Was it? Ooh, 665. Yeah, 665 right there. Oh, yeah. 665. And I've said that today is a day where options go to die. If I was a dealer and puts were rich, I would fucking try to murder every single one of those puts into the bell, wouldn't I? Why in the fuck would I want to pay a bunch of options out? Why? Why would I, as a dealer, ever? Do you think a dealer's your friend? You think there's like some guy named Dealer Bob and he's like, hey, Mike over there's got puts. He made money all month long on the downside. I'm going to pay him all that money, bro. I'm going to give him all the shares at the close on OPEX day, right? That's what you posit? Okay, we'll find out. How's that put option chain doing right now? Let's see how it goes into the close here. We'll see if Bob the dealer likes you or not. Trading 659.03 right now. Middle of OPEX day. So there's my, you guys saw my daddy line last night on Twitter, I hope. I had a daddy line and the price was way up here. And I said, hey, if we hit 6488 or something, I'm going to wake up. I'm going to set an alert. It's way up here. We went down there, didn't we? Yeah, we did, didn't we? I woke up in the middle of the night. I'm like, fucking like, oh my God, I haven't slept in fucking 48 hours. I'm on the fucking Discord. And I'm like, don't listen to me. I haven't slept. My brain REM has not worked yet. My brain is hurting. I haven't flushed out all the weird shit. Don't listen to me right now. We slapped right into it, didn't we? I'm so happy right now. Trading 84,666, baby. For the moment, I'm happy. Happy Bitcoin bro, bull. Super pumper Bitcoin. I need to get some cool like fake airline shit. Like I'll just start reporting from my private plane and shit. I'll get like a fake boat behind me. I gotta order like some kind of like backdrop that's like a boat. I'll get some fucking martini glasses and shit. Start like drinking like dirty looking water like I'm shit faced. Put a bunch of like fake cocaine everywhere and just like cut it up with a big thing. Trading 659.56. Remember, 660 is above. This is the big boy time right up here. Usually a lot of supply at 660, but what day is today? Today is OPEX day. This is the kind of day where a dealer wants to support somebody. Let's see if we can break through this right now. Let's see if we get some good old-fashioned support on our side. Let's put up some, PP line. PP. We're on the PP line. Hey, look at that. It's PP line. Well, that's the intraday positive gamma line. Woo! And we're in negative gamma. So when we have positive intraday gamma, that's your 0-date gamma line. It's a little bit different. You get a little bit more oomph. All else equal on downside moves in negative gamma, we can moon to the upside. Trading 660.33 right now. Poking our heads up above intraday positive gamma in a negative gamma environment. Usually leads to squeezes, just like we have all else equal downside moves. I will give you one warning here. Take this. This is real. All else equal, intraday, we are in negative gamma. So if we squeeze an intraday, we can also violently come back down. That means there's going to be somebody above looking to sell. Talked about that earlier. So we want to pay attention as we go higher here and as we enter and look for upside resistance points. Here's your first two right here on the right-hand side. I'll bring them over. There's one, and there is two. We also have a daily trigger not too far away. Look at this. We're risk off right now. We're spewing doom, and we're not too far away from the daily trigger. And you know what happens if we break above the daily trigger? You know what happens if the hourly trigger breaks above the daily trigger? You know what happens if we backtest that shit twice with new highs? We go back to what? Risk on again, baby. Now, we're not there right now, are we? So where are those sellers? They're up here. These guys are up here. They're waiting for us. So we got a date. Let's see if we can hold on to the hourly trigger, backtest it successfully, and try to move higher to where these sellers are. Trading 660.63 on OPEX, where options go to die. Woo, baby, 660. Yeah, look at all that supply up there. Look at that big, look at this, like, there's like no market down there. Look at it. It's like zero market down there. Let's see what those 12 p.m. flows are. Remember that sell side guy who's like, man, I'm balls deep in puts right now. I think I heard David AMS last night say something. He goes, you're fucking crazy. He's like, why not just wait for a squeeze? Just take it from the high. They're like, no, fuck that. We're going all in till our puts were worthless. Let's see what happens up here. Sitting on the hourly trigger. We've got a 1 minute cross and a 5 minute and a half an hour cross. You already know your rules here. Don't need me to tell you. Right? Oh yeah, I'm certain I'll be back to bleeding next week on Bitcoin. Like in a week or two, I'm going to be. I have to do the celebrating while I can. Then of course I know I'm going to be crying in a week. Oh God, it's a Bitcoin winter. Everything is bad. We're so fucked. We're so back, baby. We're not so back anymore. There's not a lot holding this up, is there? 660. Woo! We're only $25 away from super panic. 68.50. Crypto winter. My favorite too is like like I don't want to say it. I can't do the crypto bro thing. I'm already a bull, so I'd be a natural at it. I just can't whore myself out that bad. I can't. I have a little bit of respect left for myself out here. Tiny bit of respect. Or what little respect I have for myself. Yeah, no, I thought that last night, dude. Demi, I really thought that. I had that same thought last night. I was like, is it really a fraud if everybody's doing it? I really said that to myself last night. I was like, it might be a fraud, but they're all doing it. I did. I said, or something like that. I said to myself. How do we revisit 7-6? Now you're at. Wait a minute. You guys are asking for 665, and now you want 674 today. Jeez, you guys, it's always asking more. Oh, trading almost 85,000 right now on Bitcoin. Spoo's trying to get back into positive gamma. SPX trading 6616. Let's give you some market updates. Let's take a look around the market and see where we are here. See what we can see here. Shit, I gotta check some shit too. I hate having a big book, and I have a big book right now. My God, look at SPY. Hell yeah, brother. Reaching for the sky. Damn, my EVTV was pumping this morning. EVTV not pumping right now. TGT. If any of you know, I said to you yesterday I bought TGT yesterday. How's that looking right now? Trading 88.49 right now. If you know anything about yesterday, I bought TGT at like 83.5, trading 88.50. Selling puts to suckers. There were $30 fucking puts. There are $35 puts that were worth like $30. If you bought TGT and sold puts to suckers yesterday, congratulations. They were very rich. TGT now trading $88. I did buy TGT yesterday. Discord knows about that trade. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. My Beyond gave me a little bit of hope this morning for a rip. Didn't quite do it. SGD in the shitter. That thing has that thing's been green for me like 3 times. I haven't taken the money. I'm just going to hold those to 0. When I bought those, I knew that I would hold them to 0 or for multiple years. So I'm okay with those 2. What else? I got a bunch of SPY call spreads, a bunch of SPY calls. I got all kinds of stupid shit. I'm trying to clear out some of that stuff at the end of the day if I can. TGT, I don't know yet. I don't know what to do with TGT yet. Every time I say I'm going to hold this shit, I'm like, yeah, maybe I should sell it if I can. We're in an inflection point right now in TGT. I'd have to close puts and then close. I don't know if I can do all that. Because then I want to sell it and use that money. I got to wait a whole fucking day. I might just stay long TGT right now. I mean, how can you let TGT just basically gave back their whole COVID trade. I saw the $48 mark for TGT in COVID too. Like I'm like $83 to go to 43 or something. That's a big ask. I need markdown time for that shit. We need to go risk off and sell everything for me to sell TGT here. If we go risk off, I'll sell. I mean, we go risk off and sell your positions. I'll then sell TGT. I'm gonna stay an owner of that shit. I think it can go to $43, but I think we need to be in markdown mode, and we ain't there yet. So we're not in sell yet. We're in don't add. I had to add that shit. $83 fucking for Target. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking out of your mind, not buying Target at $83. You're out of your fucking mind. I don't give a flying fuck what they say about that company. They're not a Walmart. They're not Amazon, but I couldn't resist. They ain't going bankrupt. I don't think they are. I know people bitch and moan about them, but fuck no. It's Target, man. I mean, I'm trying to think of a reason why to sell it, but maybe I would just add it $40. I think that was a fucking steal. That shit was at $100 goddamn dollars. That shit was bought at 83.26. I mean, this is fucking the end of the fucking world for these guys. I ain't selling it. Not yet. Look at that beautiful fucking thing. Go up there and do an equal high. Trade goddamn 92 for me. All those fucking fat ass puts are burned. What else we got here? Oh, we're breaking up right now. Trading 661 at 13 right now. Interesting. What do we got for a trade here? What's this? Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. What the fuck is that right there? 665? Oh, my God. Whew. It's a hard knock life. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, God, yeah. Crush these bears just today. Just one day. Just ramp the fuck out of it. Yeah, Winky, I don't know if we can do that yet. I don't think we can do that, man, until I think I wrote this in the brief last night. I hope that I did. If I missed this, I don't think we can until after OPEX. I think we can do that after OPEX and maybe month end. There's like two windows. There's after OPEX, and then there's another window like on the actual last day of the month into the first week of December. There's some potential more unclenching, unwinding. The market's more free to move after today. We have the largest notional expiry today. Fascinatingly enough, we have still a lot of sellers, but hedge funds and retail are countering them right now. Like this. So we can't really go down there just yet. for the bears, if there's something positive for them, we're in negative gamma. So on these highs, if we do it in cash market, we can go down and turn all these buyers into sellers and get those lows. There's like really the mechanics right now are kind of very fluid, and the mechanics help the seller post today and post the last day of the month for about a week. It's kind of like where the recipe is just right. The only thing that I can't divine right now is I don't, and where we are right now, I can't trust the buyer. I think I said that and pissed people off. I said don't trust buyers. Oftentimes at this time of the year and where we are in the market and this big bull run, buyers will say things like, oh yeah, I'm totally bullish, bro. That's the bottom. It's more emotions. It makes them happy to see a bottom, or it makes them happy to see market go up. But then when they roll their positions, they'll vote differently. You know, it's like when people say, oh yeah, I like that guy. And then they go into the voting booth and they go, I pay a lot of taxes. And they go back home to their wives and they go, oh no, honey, I totally voted for that thing. But in reality, they probably voted for that thing and through other candidates. And the person that ultimately does the taxes, they vote against them. That happens a lot, more than people would care to admit. No, I don't do that, but I know that it happens frequently. I have friends that do that too, that admit that to me. So I think we have to be careful as to what the rolling of positions are. So when options go to die, it allows the market to move. And then also you're wondering, what are people going to do? And there's two moments where that happens. The first one is OPEX, and the second one is month end. You ever hear about like the JPM collar? That gets rolled on the last day of the quarter. So the last day of the month, we also see that action as well. People place new trades, and we don't know what that's going to be. If it's very bearish, dealers will chase that down, price that in, and then they'll have to buy deltas back again, and they'll start racing us higher again. I don't know if the mechanics of all this are very complicated. I'll just stick with your rules. Just stick with the rules. The rules are simple. But I agree with you, Winky. I would have liked to have gone down there too and Roto-Rooter down a lot more. I'm with you on that. I would have liked to have traded the fucking 40s or even the 30s. I'd like to punish the market just enough so we can turn back up. Hey, Winky, I want to tell you something. If we were to go, the deeper that we go, here's where things get crazy. So remember early month where I said I don't like bottoming right now because that's very bullish. I was like, if we start bottoming into OPEX, if we like go deeper and into OPEX, that's more bearish and ultimately more bullish. This is a weird thing to say, but if the deeper we go now, it actually means that we could actually increase the upside trade from like 700, 705 to like 720. And not only that, if you burn enough of the velocity off right now, that is a recipe to enter a bubble. It's a recipe for next year to be very green. I don't know if we can do that or not. There's a lot of moving parts right now that I see. I see moving parts everywhere. Like things are like moving, lots of wheels going, and I think Dr. CS this morning. What did Dr. CS post this morning? He posted something that I liked. He posted where did he post this? I liked reading this morning. Because the problem with the market is not it's not bullish. It's not the economy. It's not the business cycle. It's not the economic cycle. In my view, it isn't. There's a lot of like people saying, oh my God, like this one's near depression, this other country's near depression, all that shit. That's all horse shit. The only problem that I can see right now in the market is velocity, accumulation. We've bought so fucking much that you have to take some profit. Literally, it's that simple. It's literally, if you want to know why the market's gone down, it's taking profit. It literally is that simple. It's so many fucking gains. So, you know, if we like, if we were to plunge before the end of the year, you know, like last time we did that shit was 18, and we went like vertical all of 2019. It was like straight the fuck up. I want to read just something to you guys. This came from a Bloomberg terminal this morning. Dr. CS, I want to say thank you for posting this morning. Goldman's Pasquariello sees signs of capitulation amid sell-off. Now, you have to really parse words with what these guys are telling you, because they will intentionally use word salad to say things but not say other things. And I like Pasquariello. I like Rubner. I like McElligott. I think Rubner, Pasquariello, and McElligott are probably my three favorite celebrity quants. I don't know if they consider themselves quants, but they're probably my three favorite. And these guys are bears too, just so you know. All these fucking guys are fucking sell side. I'm a bull. These are probably my favorite traders, like actual traders. Maybe Tom Lee be another one, but he's more of like a bull. He's like a Mike Burry, right? A little bit of cope there. I love Tom Lee, by the way. He's badass, and I like Dan Ives, I like all those guys. But these guys right here are traders, and these guys I like because of that. So Pasquariello saying, seeing signs of capitulation amid sell-off. Tony Pasquariello sees signs of capitulation in the U.S. stocks and expects more selling before equities stabilize. The S&P 500 wiped out more than $2 trillion in value from Thursday's peak and closed below its 100-day moving average for the first time in months. That's false. It's true and false. It closed below its 100-day moving average, but not the $2 trillion. We did that about, that's false, the $2 trillion. We sold that about a month ago and then bought it all back again. On October 10th, we had about the same amount of selling, and they bought it all back again. Well, no, they didn't buy it all back again. They bought it all in the indexes. I should rephrase that. So it's not completely false, but it's not completely true either. There was consolidation in where they were putting their money in the individual stocks, and they bought the indexes too. There's more concentration in quality or other aspects of the market, but they did buy it all back basically within a few $1 million. So Pasquariello kind of saying the truth, but not completely. Pasquariello said the primary trend for equities remains higher. That's true. So let me read that to you again. Pasquariello said the primary trend for equities remains higher. That's true. Are we above the monthly trigger? Just nod your head and say yes. Yes, Cap. We're above the monthly trigger. That's the actual trend. So he's telling you that. That's the actual bull trend. When we go underneath that monthly trigger, that's when you worry. That's when we get moments like 2001, 2008. That's when we enter big bear markets, multi-year. Pasquario said the primary trend for equities remains higher, and he still expects the S&P 500 to end. Listen to this closely. He's still, you have to like listen to the word salad. He still expects the S&P 500 to end 2025 above current levels. So Tony Pasquario, this guy's a fucking bear. When he gets bared up, he tells you. Like Pasquario will come out and say, "I'm bear." Like he's literally been quoted as saying, "The bear suit comes on." He has. It's awesome when he says it. And he said the primary trend for equities remains higher, and he still expects the S&P 500 to end 2025 above current levels, and I do too. We can be risk off, and I can still say I think we end higher. It is not mutually exclusive to say those things. Does that make sense? Hard to say that, right? We're risk off, and we end higher than we are today. Now, where that is, he doesn't discuss, but we know where those two places are. The first one is likely 6850, and the second one, I know everybody likes the idea of 674 to sell the world. I get that. I get it. I get you all want to sell the world on 674. But what did we do? We went up there yesterday, didn't we? Went up there yesterday. We poked around at 675. Well, we're heading there again. And we're going to take those fucking sellers out next. And it ain't going to be easy. I told you before on the first drop at 685. I said that is where a lot of people got trapped. We didn't, but that is where a lot of people got trapped. And then we talked about 674 and 675, and for some reason, everybody keeps bringing that fucking number up. I keep hearing that number from you, especially bears. They're not getting above 675 or going to the depths of hell. That's false. You're likely going to see, I'm going to tell you right now, it's false. You're likely going to see the sellers worn out, and that will take a couple trips. It's going to take slam, slam, slam. The real sell is at 685.0. That's the one where you get probably your biggest sellers. And that one to break through is not going to be easy. It isn't. I think that's where Charlie Miguel comes in and says, take the money and run. That's your exit. Please take that exit. And if you don't, live with the consequences. Now, we can trade 7,000 or we might not. But you've been given a warning. Some of you will say, well, I'm going to stay long, and if we come back down to 685, I'll exit. If we roll, I'll exit. That makes sense to me, too. Breaking above that 685, I think, is going to be the big one. Now, also, if we break above that, we're going to trigger FOMO. You're going to trigger a bunch of people saying we're going to the moon, we're never coming back, we're never going to crash, and we're going to mark down, all that stuff. So you have to counter all that shit, too. Do I think we can trade 7,000? Yes. Yes, I do. Not only do I think we can trade 7,000, I think we can, or return to all-time highs. I think we can squeeze the fuck up and get a new high. It's very common to do that in this distribution type pattern, especially on indexes. So he's giving you one thing. He's saying we're going to close the year out on a high. I think we do paint the window dressing. I do think we end going, yeah, baby, all that kind of shit. It's kind of programmed into the market. So I'm open to that too. Now he says, but he's lowering expectations for the year ahead. I got to give Pasquario some respect on that one. A lot of those guys were not saying that. And I'm appreciative at this point that Pasquario is saying that for 2026, maybe lower your expectations. I think when we get into 2026, unless we squeeze, trade like 720, 740 right off the go, like right out of the bell, I would expect some kind of baseline. We have some major lows. We may come back and trade a new all-time high. Maybe at the end of the year, possibly. The high might even be in the beginning of the year. We could trade sideways. We could be a bear market. We could crash. There's a bunch of different options for the market to do next year. I don't think that next year's market is going to be as easy as people think. And they're now saying it. So I'm grateful to you, Pascario, if you're out there. Thank you for saying that. I think that means a lot to people. They need to know that. And I don't think they'll panic either. So I think that's fine. I like what Pascario said this morning. He's bullshitting in the air. No, I don't think it's a trap for you. I think you just need to. And do I think these guys lie to you? Sometimes. They sometimes are trying to float their book, but or their own or whatever. But I don't think he's lying to you here. I think we know. I think he wants you to know that we're in risk off. That won't be supported any rips. That wherever we go up there, you're going to be given an exit. To any of you out there that have been patient and haven't sold your spoos, I would exit if we hit 6850. You can still trade it up. You just take the risk off. Take the risk off. You can always buy calls or zero dates or call spreads. You have defined risk. You're not trapped. I think those are all easy, good things for end of the end of the year. I think those can be lumped together. I think just being aware that we're heading into this last leg of distribution is all you need to know. What else do I have for you this morning? Let me go see if I can find anything else here. Oracle continues to implode. Good. I was in Oracle, but I got out. I think I was in Oracle for like one fucking day. I was in Oracle and Nvidia for one day. That was it. Pascario, I got more stuff on Pascario. Coming into this week, the market was also asking some hard questions on the broad health of the U.S. consumer, with a specific worry that pressure on lower-income households was spreading. For a clear illustration of this, pull up a chart of our middle-income consumer basket, ticker symbol GSXUIMDC, which has sold off to levels not seen since early May. The first report that stuck out was HD. This bellwether broke 6% in a miss and cut to fiscal year guidance. The company pointed to incremental consumer uncertainty and the ongoing drag from housing. Next up was Low. This was better than feared. The stock traded well and serves as a reminder that while more companies are speaking to a slowdown, some are executing quite well through it. Last was the king, Walmart. The king. I was talking to a trader last night about that, wasn't I? I directed him to go to Wolf Richter's blog. You can do a Google search. You type in Wolf Richter's full website address. You put a colon on the end, and you type in Walmart. And it'll bring you to his Drunken Sailors. And he talks about Walmart extensively. People don't realize how big Walmart actually is. Last was the king, Walmart. Q Scott Feeler. Quote, things remain remarkably steady here, which was the likely outcome, but a relief nonetheless. They said things are consistent, and the fourth quarter guide implies an acceleration in top line. The net of these reports is obviously mixed, but I'd argue skews marginally net positive. I agree. We talked about this in the show this week. I discussed with you the disparity between the bottom 15, the middle, and the top 10. And it's not that they are not doing better. It's that they are doing better, believe it or not. They actually are. But they're asking that question. If I was making 10 or 15 pre-COVID and I'm now making 30, why am I not fucking richer? And I think that's a valid fucking feeling. We talked about that in this show, didn't we? Earlier this week, Monday or Tuesday. We had a long discussion about this. And I think that's valid. But the fact remains, right? This is the fact remains. Even if you're angry, the bottom 15% in the bottom middle half of the middle class, they are doing better than they were pre-COVID. That's a hard fucking pill to swallow. It's not a good pill to swallow, is it? Now, on an individual basis, some of you know that inflation has not hit everything. Inflation has hit services. A lot of you have been drinking the Kool-Aid that inflation from tariffs has hit everything. That's false too. That is a political argument. So if you are experiencing pain out there, it's okay for you to be mad, but there probably are ways for you to save money in and around and actually enjoy some of that more money you're making. I always feel like that. I do. I don't like going to McDonald's anymore. If I'm going to spend that fucking money, I better be spending it at an In-N-Out or whatever the fuck the other place I go to is. Culver's. I look for deals on hard goods. I'm looking for stand-up desks right now. If you were one of those workers that used to make 10 and you did the smart thing and jumped jobs, and you took a laborer job for 20 or 30 bucks, guess what? I can go to Facebook right now and buy a stand-up desk for dirt cheap. I'm making 30 bucks an hour, and I can go to Facebook and get a deal. Maybe I'm not buying something new, but I am looking for ways to maximize that money. Now, services, you're not going to find those fucking deals. So maybe you got to switch to beep, the Pirate Bay. Beep. And drop in Netflix. Or maybe you decide, hey, I'm going to go to Facebook with that 30 bucks and buy something used. That's quality. So there's still ways for the consumer to circumvent some of this stuff. And maybe the consumer is not shopping at Target or Target or Amazon, but Walmart, they are shopping. The net of these reports is obviously mixed. Remember that Home Depot said sentiment, consumer uncertainty. He didn't say they don't have money. CEO of HD did not say they didn't have money to spend. Said they might not be spending it there. The consumer is still okay, even if they're fucking angry. Rightfully so. The net of these reports is obviously mixed, but I'd argue skews marginally net positive. I agree. Consumers, ready, are marginally better off than they were pre-2018-19, believe it or not. Looking ahead, while the market should anchor to significant tax refunds in H126, I suspect intermittent questions around the middle-income consumer are going to be with us for a while. I agree with that, too. I think until the housing market comes back down to fucking reality, I think you out there should be fucking sending letters to the Fed and say, continue QT, please. You know, the market's gone up during QT. And if you want fucking rate cuts in December, guess how you get them? Not ending QT. You know, last night I read another article that said, you're not getting a rate cut. Fuck you. And I'm like, oh, that's not true. You want a rate cut, you can get one. If you had Jerome come out in this fucking in this decision and drop a bomb and say you're getting a rate cut, but we're also continuing QT, that would fucking rock the stock market. Even the discussion of it. Even if he just said, we're not giving you a cut, but we're gonna give you a cut, but we're gonna also start QT on fiscal year 26, Q1, you'd get rate cuts. Abso-fucking-lutely. If needed, yes, you would. And if the housing market comes down and we start to what? Firm up the fucking dollar, yeah, we could probably work on some of that. Now, Pasquario says, I suspect intermittent questions around the middle income consumer are going to be with us for a while. Why? Because even if you do that stuff, it's going to take time. It will take time. It won't be overnight. You remember I said when we did the big QE thing, oh yeah, going up there. Oh yeah, keep doing it. When I said to you that I knew guys post 2008, so we washed everybody out in like 2010. By like 2012 and 15, it probably took 8 or 10 years to create that resilient consumer, that fucking boomer you hate. And to be honest, to go back to that or that old school shit that we used to do, that could probably take 5 to 10 years. Wouldn't be overnight. So I like that Pasquario is discussing and addressing that too. But you do have to have a reality check as a market participant, and you have to take your Main Street hat off and say, God damn it, the consumer is still okay. There is still nothing materially wrong with the hard data on the consumer as of right now. And the fucking housing market has not come down to a panic mode yet. If any of you know anything about the housing market, it is a micro thing. It's region to region. And each region right now are doing their own things. And, like a top line on the housing market is this. It doesn't matter until it does. The housing market's a weird fucking thing. It can come back down to reality with no panic, and the consumer is very well off right now. We haven't deregulated enough to trip these people up either. We have still have laws in place that they are resilient, even in a drawdown. We are deregulating some of the rules to trip these people up, to get too greedy, to wash them out. But on the same token, the housing market doesn't matter until it does. And that shit can take years. We can all see it. Like right now, though, the one problem I have with that is they're like, well, we can't wait for the next great housing crisis. You really can't have that until you start to give a little bit more fucking rope. I'm serious. Like, give them more rope. You want to really wash those fucking people out, those boomers? I'll tell you how to do it. You deregulate. Here, you want some free money? Yeah, signature loan, bro. Oh, fuck yeah. You retiring? Oh, yeah, fucking A. Here's some money. You do that because when they fuck up, you can take every fucking thing they own. If you're young out there, you want to deregulate. We regulated so much that we created a resilient consumer. That's what we did after 2008. So we're like too loose. Then we tightened too much. It was like a pendulum. And we got to bring it back to the fucking middle a little bit. I'm serious. We got to let people HANGTHEMSELVES. And we don't allow that right now. The door is closed to you to do that. Young people can attest to this. You're not allowed to get credit. You're not allowed to buy a house. I hear you out there. I hear you. You have plenty of credit to rent, don't you? But you got not enough credit to buy, do you? And not enough cash on hand either. So we got to loosen that up a little bit. We got to allow a young person to fail. Because not every young person's going to fail. When we go into loosening conditions, the money should be available for younger people. It's okay. A part of capitalism is when the money's fucking flowing, you give it to the young people. Not the old fucking people. You give it to the young people. And okay, let's say we wash 7 of them out. That's part of the cycle. But 3 may not get washed out. They may have done the right thing. And we also want to wash some of the old people. Maybe Bob made the right decisions his whole entire life. He was always a wise investor. He always had a good job. He always had insurance. But you got to make it a little bit more spicy as he gets older. And right now, what's happening? That's not happening. There's no way to wash Bob out when he's 50, 60, 70 years old. So what happens? Who gets that wealth? Do you know? I do. The kids don't get it. We got PE people, right? Private equity. We got VCs. And what do? They show up to the funeral home convention. And they say to Bob, hey, Bob, give it to us, man. I'll give you some money for your kid. You can dole it out as you want. Fuck your kid, man. Look at him. He's a crackhead. So the VCs and PEs take your boomer money. What else happens? So the boomer misses all this shit right now. He doesn't get washed out by the market. And then he gets to the point where he's going to go to a nursing home. Who gets that money? They sign it all over. I'm rich. I never got washed out. Not naturally. I didn't have to sell my house for cheap. Or it went to a fucking to an auction. Some kid could buy it for dirt cheap. Some smart kid. Well, don't worry, Mr. Bob. I'm a nursing community. You just sign all your wealth over to me. Guess who's getting that fucking money? Not you. Guess who's getting that deal? Not you. Private equity and VCs. There's a secret market out there. Besant, the guy you hate, talks about it. He does. The other guy there that they're nominating, he talks about it. Warsh, there's a secret club that you're not in. The wealth of the middle class consumer is not allowed to be washed out of the fucking system today. And when they do get washed out, that fucking money does not trickle down to you, does it? They get sweet talked. Come here, Mr. Bob. I'll take your fucking money. Your son? You don't have to give it to him. He wants to buy your business, he can buy it from me. And then what do I tell his son? Sorry, bro, you ain't never owning this fucking thing. I'm going to give you shit terms. You're going to rent this fucking business. And when I flush you out, and not the government or the market, me, the VC, I'll rent it to your son. I took it from your dad, and you're never getting it, and your son's never getting it. But that's where we are right now. We got to get rid of that shit. I'm on a tantrum right now, aren't I? Let's go up there and start going higher. It's almost the end of the day. We should go vertical. But you get what I'm saying, right? So Pascarillo here is saying that we're going to continue to hear some more anger in the middle class. I would expect more of the same, and I would expect that even if we do this, it's going to take years of reform. So the consumer is okay. Pascarillo also goes on to say, while lower prices would likely bring more supply from both the systematic and discretionary trading communities, we just talked about this, and while the full hangover from the October party may not yet be washed out, my instinct is this week has seen a significant dose of risk transfer in some elements of capitulation. I think that Winky agrees with this. Winky's like, I wanted a little bit more capitulation. I want to pound it down their throats just a little bit more. I'm in agreement with Winky and Pascarillo here. The bottom is likely not in, nor is the top. Neither. Can you imagine if that's the answer? I'm blown away by that. What's the answer for washing out the boomers? Deregulation. That's it right there. Don't let boomers get to the VCs and PEs. Find a way to flush their asses out before they retire. Give them more rope. We used to do that back in the day. We did. There was like a minefield. Not anymore. We created a whole class of resilience. And now we've got VCs and PEs coming in and vacuuming it all up before you ever have a chance at it. Gross. I gotta pay for my fucking dishwasher to work. I gotta fucking hook my fucking refrigerator up to the internet. My internet goes down, my fucking oven doesn't work. Like, what the fuck is that? I gotta pay another fucking toll to fucking the internet? That's pure insanity. Get out of here with that. At some point, the consumer is gonna say no to this shit. That's the only way this shit changes. I mean, I agree that we could probably have officials do it, but at the same time, we need to say fuck no. Fuck your fucking internet-based goddamn fucking refrigerator. Fuck right off with that stuff. Are we ever gonna create a new generation that just accepts that that's the norm? Maybe. Maybe. We got Gemini over here fucking scraping your browsers and scraping your computers. They see every picture you have on your computer today. If you got booby pics on the internet, guess what? Gemini's seen them. Gemini has seen your homemade pornos. What, 1984 again? What else we got here? I think that's all I see here. Oh, God. There's a fairmonger. We're not repeating what he had to say yesterday. Let's see what else we got here. This is the other reason I bought Bitcoin. Listen, last night I read this headline: no Bitcoin is not a global hedge. It is looking more like an implicitly short VIX trade. NFP Goldilocks headline number firmer, but caught relief from AHE lower, 25 BPS versus 20 BPS, and unemployment higher. I know that. I know unemployment's higher. We said we'd change that tune this week. In conjunction, these factors should work to slightly increase. You ready? In conjunction, these factors should work to slightly increase the probability of a December cut. Oh, really? We're going back to the cut trade, even if it doesn't happen? Okay. What else do I got here? The fluid situation in Japan. I bet it matters end of the year, not today. What else we got? See anything else here? I don't see anything else there. Let me check over here. We are at the halfback trade right now on SPY, just a note. We're also at the place where the market wants to sell. Just be aware that if you're a traditional chartist, I just want to show you this. Just some situational awareness. We are, can I just maybe in an hour? Some quick market midday color. Just so you can see this here. Well, there's a lot. See this right here? Right there. Oh, sorry. There are a lot of participants here that are not bullish. And look what they're trying to do. They're already attempting to sell us down. You see that? So let's look at something together, okay? Let's look at this here. Let's have a little bit of market awareness time. We know that sell side does not want you going above where? We're about there, right? Remember, we're looking lower, even if we're trading higher. Matter of fact, if you're at home, get out a notepad. Open a notepad and write what I tell you to write down. This is a great place to do this. Very simple, right? Very simple, right? Isn't too hard. So we know that sellers do not want us going higher than right here, right? Fairly easy. Now, I told you I spoke out of two mouths, didn't I, today? Said to you two things. I said sellers are looking to sell, or a few things. I said like sellers are looking for new lows. But I also told you that sellers can get too greedy, right? We're going to crash, bro. And instead, we get sucked back up here, right? So on one side, if you're a seller and you're patient, you can usually find places to sell us down. Now, there's probably some sellers that were thinking we're going to crash. Worst case scenario, we're going to go up here and then crash. And that didn't happen, did it? So if you're on sell side, you have to follow the same rules as if you're on buy side. There could still be a roll here, couldn't there? There's still that potential there. And buyers do not want to see a break above this at all, do they? They know that if we backtest this successfully and make some new highs, that's no bueno, is it? We go up there. So if you want to be a seller here, are you just selling? I wouldn't. Even in buy the dip, I'm looking for a sign that we're going to go higher. And even in sell the rip, I want the nod that we're going lower. So I'm not bullish here, right? Base case, not bullish. I expect this to fail. I expect this to fail, whether it's here, whether it's here, whether it's even here. Expect to fail. I think even if we squeeze up, well, maybe not above there, but even if we squeeze over there, I expect that to fail and go down. So my outlook is down, but I don't want to be selling shit without the signal. And I definitely don't want to be in puts down here. I always want to be trading back tests. I do that as a buy the dipper. My favorite is to buy these fuckers. Look at that one. That one's awesome, right? Woohoo, baby. Always love selling those. Those things are beautiful. These sellers are probably your smartest seller, right? So your smartest seller is where? We got this with an equal leg, dropped it down. Where is this seller? I'm assuming you think he's here. He's more likely here, right? And when we get there, maybe even lower. Probably like this. That's where your smart seller is. More than likely right about there. So let's first look at a few things here. Let's look at a 4-hour basis. Almost 1 p.m., 1:30. And you can see we're forming this new candle, right? We're forming a candle. That's a new one. This is for New York cash market. We don't know if it's going to be down here. We don't know if it's going to be up here. We don't know anything. I'm sure that smart traders are watching this very closely, aren't they? What is the next 4 hours going to bring? We don't know, do we? Well, we know one thing. If we break 656.98, we're going to the depths of hell. I can tell you that right now. Maybe not guaranteed, but we go down here and start scraping it. The door is open to go down there in blood. You got an hour weekly trigger down there, and you got probably some places you would expect with traditional charting to be. Let's go this way here. We'll use the green ones right in there. We know a few other things here too. Sellers do not want to see a trade above right here. This is the do not pass line, 667.20. There's another one in here too. There's one more right here to go higher a little bit. That's that 665. Probably don't need that one. We need to know this one right here, 66738. A seller needs to know if we go up here and touch that, because that implies we're going to squeeze them all out. So we need to be aware of that. We can get rid of this one right here. This one doesn't really matter. We just want to represent that sellers don't want us. Sellers definitely don't want us doing this one, and they definitely don't want that one. If you see any price action like that, that's extremely bullish. It's not necessarily going to hold it, but I would expect that they're going to attempt to do this one right here. There's your hourly trigger. You tap this one and this one, and they're going to party and want to party with this bad boy up here. That's 677.50. So we're going to put a few things in here. We're going to put a big red ass bar right there. We're going to make this big red and evil. We're going to try to scare the bulls away. You shall not pass. That number is 665.65. Actually, we can go right up in here and be fine, right? It's okay. I'm actually fine with that. 665.65. To be honest with you, the bears could give up 664. Oh, 664. The bears could actually give up 664.19 and still be looking lower. Down there. Down there. Remember, we're looking down. I'll show you some targets, but it's down. So this right here becomes like this. Dotted line. We do have a cross coming up here. We've got the hourly turning up, and we have the half an hour turning up to back test. See if we're going up. And we definitely don't want to touch this one here, do we? Because we could roll here. We'll look at a 1 hour. And we got a few things here. If we fail this one here and we hit this one, that implies we're at least going to flush this, right? If we tag these here, we know if we plunge here, we're going to do what? Boom, and all the way down. We probably need to put a couple things in here too. This is your buy the dip if you're a bull. I am not a seller here yet. If you're trying to be a seller, you have not confirmed. I'm warning you now. You have not confirmed the roll lower. And even if we roll lower and you're the seller here, you're lucky. That's all you are. I'll show you what it looks like to jump on that trade, but you would need to see something like this. You would want to see something like this in a sweep. Somewhere right about there. Now you might be thinking, Cap, why don't I take that trade right now? I disagree with that trade. I think that you would come up here and you would begin to see this roll and this roll right here. And I think as a seller right here, this is the highest probability trade. That's roughly 656. And then this is the most profitable trade. This is where the money is. And this is where like the 85% chance of a win is. Right in there. So I don't see the roll yet either. I do think that we don't hold this. I am looking lower, but you'd want to see the work done. I'm not going to flip this chart up for you to see it like a bull would, but just trust me. Remember that the buyers can take it to 66428, and so if you ever see like a liquidation breaks for bulls, this would be a liquidation break. As long as we begin to roll, I would be very interested then in that trade, because then I would think we'd go whammo. Whammo right there. That's a beautiful fucking thing right there. We start to see failures above 664 and change. That's a great fucking trade. Then you'd lay off a little bit, get in on this one right here, and we would take it downtown. That's a beautiful trade too. We're going to wait though. We're not quite there. Now notice how this is dotted. That's because we're looking to sell any of this break over here. It's that 656 somewhere in there. Okay? So right off the bat, we're going to look lower like this. Unless something changes. Right in there. There's that gap to close. There's my 643. See it? Right there. Now, has this price action happened yet? No. There's a lot of work in here to be done. This could easily turn out like this. This could easily turn into a back test and hold, right? Rip up here. You don't want to get caught in that as a seller, do you? That would hurt. Actually, they could start squeezing you up, couldn't they? And they could really rope-a-dope you, right? And then you're fucked. So definitely don't want to be messing with this yet as a seller, but you want to be watching it. This is 1600. See that right there? Coming in OPEX. I'd be very sketched out that we do this right here. Start squeezing you all out. And be very careful of that trade into the close or over the weekend. If you're on sell side, make sure you follow the mechanics of the way lower. I'll show them to you again. You ready? I'm going to give you a couple different counts here. If you're on sell side, I want to learn how to do sell side. I'll show it to you right now. You want to see this break right here. A failure right here. And then the exhaustion right here. Now this could happen quicker. We rip straight down, reject, blood that. And I don't like this trade. I like this trade here. Then you get the failure. And we start selling that fucker down just like that. This doesn't have to happen over tomorrow or Friday or the weekend. But we'll watch this closely here. I'll even tighten it up for you. That one right there. Put this one right here. And there's the setup. Let's go to a 1 minute basis. We can clean this up. We now get the gist here, right? Right about there. See how all of this is dotted? Let's watch this closely as a group. Now watch this closely here, okay? This half-an-hour trigger is not to be trusted. This hour is. The bulls can take this from right about here. It's hard stuff to scale. There's your equal legs. And then you'd want to fail in here over the weekend. If you're a seller, there's a great trade right here. And there's a great trade right here. But only on the failure and a new low. So watch this very closely here. See if it can do a little lesson in sell side. Right now, this is in bull's hands. Buyers own this right now. Let's watch it close together. So right here, buyers need to step in. You're going to find out if they're weak or not. But watch it closely as a group. I don't know if they're there or not. Nobody does. People will pontificate on it, but they don't. And you get the hidden hand of fucking God in here, and you'll find out. The hidden hand of the market. But you're going to definitely assume there's buyers here. I just don't know if they can get overrun or not. We'll find out, though. I think they're here. No, not think. I think they're going to win. I think you're going to see a dealer's hand come in here. Like you'll have systematic buyers here. But I think what you're going to do is you're going to get a dealer hand in here. And this fucking guy does not want it doing what you want it to do on OPEX. This asshole right here is going to come in and be supportive, I think. If he's not, we'll know. I think they're going to buy it all back. But I could be wrong. If you want to take this trade down, you're just looking for a bloodbath, and then whammo. You can actually see it happening already. You're looking for this roll right here. And you're going to be looking for that fucker right in there. But we're not there yet. Just be patient. So you can watch this close with me. While we await the verdict on this, I'm going to wrap up your weekends for you and give you an expectation. I think you got the expectation for the weekend. I just did it for you. Hold on here. Give me one quick second. I'm going to read you just a few more things before we get out of here for the day, for the weekend. Happy Thanksgiving if you're going away. So you can see where I think we are. Yeah, you want to see where I think we are? I think we are right here. Unless something changes. We'll know right here. We're going to find out. That's my price target right there in a day. Buy close today, 665.65. Or 664 and change. Well, I'll give you that. What is it? 664 and change? I think it's right here. 664.23. That's where I think we wind up. PT end of the day. One tick lower. Right there. Still leaves the downside trade for blood next week. I think we can go here and then still dump. This would be the pain trade for sellers or buyers. If we're in buy the dip, this would be the pain trade right here. Over there. So you guys already know this. Let's go closer. Let's watch this closer. And this isn't good enough. It needs to go through it. I'd want to see something like that. We're on a 1 minute chart right now, so I'd want to see that. I'd want to see like the firm, like, fuck you. And then, of course, come back up here and slam it down. I'm widening this right now, so it looks like more than it actually is. I just want you to be able to see the price action as it unfolds. This is unlocking new lows in the market if you don't know. Not right now, but it's gonna. This is just like a key. Like a key right here. That's the key. This is the hole. You always want to watch these things because even if we don't go down there right now, see how that just happened right there? You see that right there? Well, that's a key being inserted into a hole. You would never see this in buy the dip. Ever. Well, not ever, but for a major pullback. How often are we seeing these right now? A couple times a day, right? You see that tick right there? That's all they need to do. They don't need to go any lower. Look at that right there. Look at that. The key worked. They put their key in. It's another testament to what? We're in risk off. You wouldn't be getting away with that shit. Wouldn't be happening. You know, down there. What would be happening here? If we were in risk on, what would happen here? You'd hit this and what would happen? Whammo, right? Look at it. Bulls are crying. They're like, oh my God, it's the worst thing ever. I thought we were out of risk off. Now do we crash right here? No. There's a second step. So the door is open. We now need the bear or the bulls to fail. Where can the bulls fail? Do you know? There's two places. They're not two, but. So is this the PT end of the day? Still viable. if we mark this line right here, right there, they got the low. All we need to do is reject this and we start selling. So we're going to look to take a trade lower right here. We're going to start with right there. And we're going to flush them out. And our target is right 652.59. We're going to start with right there. And the first place we're going to do this is right in there. Right there. We're going to mark out. This one is red. I'll mark these out as yellow. Mark that one out as yellow right there. I'm going to put this right there. We're going to see if we can catch some green bars. If you begin to see red bars right here, it should look like this. Yeah. Should look like this. Should look like this. Should look like this. If you begin to see red bars right here and break, we're going to take that short right there. We're going to hammer this fucker straight down. Right there. And then we're going to take that one straight together, okay? Let's watch this together. Do you see it? We're not even there yet. You see it? Oh, yeah, baby. This fucker's going to bleed. There's our first target. Oh, yeah, 644 right down there. Target, 64435. I don't know how long it takes. We got to go through a bunch of bullshit to get there. We could go all the way up to 665, 664.22. We'll see if we can begin the process of dropping right now. See the green bars? We just want to see a failure of these fucking buyers. If we begin at any point to see red bars, we're going to take a put here. We're not there yet. We got to see the green bars turn red. They're going to try to buy this again. You cannot fuck around with these buyers. Same thing in the inverse. This now turns yellow too. No matter how high we go, that turns yellow. Just want to. This is kind of like your marked bottom. This is like your marked top. This is the impulse, or your marked bottoms up here. We just need to break this moment. The moment we break that, we're fucking selling. I don't care if it happens here or up here. I don't care. Just keep watching this green bar. Still not a seller. I'll tell you when to take the put. Not right now. Not yet. Not here either. Don't touch it. You just want to start seeing the cascading red candles. I'm going to set the trade up on my end. Oh, yeah, there you go. There we go. Get those fucking red bars going. We're not there yet. Have your finger on the sell button. Don't execute it. Not yet. If people are telling you they're already short, don't follow them. You want to be fucking like a goddamn sniper. We'll get run the fuck over a lot. This is the meat of the trade right here. That right there, that's the money shot right there. All you need to see is like candle, 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 candle. We see that right there. Bam, and you're just like... What's that target down there? 652? You see that? And I am still in calls right now, if you want to know. I'm still in calls, but I'll take a put trade down. I'll party down there. I got no problem taking puts and being in calls. I'm buy curious. Remember, you cannot execute the trade unless we're down here. I'd actually like it to be like this. Something like that. And then just like that. When you unlock this key right here, there's no requirement that it gets filled right now, but note that the gate is open to new lows. We could actually trade 624 and change. It's much higher, or excuse me, 666. I got that fucking wrong. 664.22 is possible still, even though this is open. The bulls could ram this shit up here, and then we get the liquidity and run it down to trade the new lows. We'll just watch this play out right now. Keep your eye on it. We're almost there. Not quite, but almost. No, I don't want this China connection. I'm about to read you something. I'm like, got my fucking finger on the trigger. I'm like getting so goddamn close. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I'll go back and do this other thing. Then I'm like, nope, I'm going to go back to fucking pulling the trigger on puts. Have not bought puts yet. Make a nice weekend trade, though. If they squeeze our balls off to 664, I'd be down to put some puts on for over the weekend. UMISH consumer expectations at a record low. We discussed that earlier this week. We already know that. I'm assuming we're back to the. Sorry, I hit the wrong one. I'm assuming that we've already. So back in the day, in like 2008, 2001, the consumer sentiment was right while the hard data was wrong. So this is like an old bear playbook. Every time that we're on a low, they'll roll out but the soft data tells a different story, boss. I don't trust consumer sentiment. I'll be honest with you. It doesn't have an edge. It just tells you how people are failing. I still don't have puts here. I'm still long the market here. I need that trigger. I need the red candles right here and here. I'd actually like it to be a little bit more like there. They can save this for 662. What else can we do here? We can grind this all day long, then finally go below, and then ram it down. That's another choice. Still no puts. This is still alive. All that's still alive. All we need is the key to be opened. Can you imagine just sitting here and watching a guy like us going, I'm ready to hit the fucking sell button on you? That's no fun, is it? Stocks rebound as Fed Williams sparks surge in rate cut odds. Color me shocked. Didn't I just save this? I just chat post on Twitter about rate cuts. I'm so terrible. I bet you fucking Gamma Labs Tweets is gonna like that one. Well, let's watch this here. Trading 659.42 again. Door open to new lows. Bears can't get it done again. What are you doing, Bears? Taking your time down here? You unlocked it. What are you looking for? Some liquidity? On OPEX day? You got to wait till after OPEX day. Slam that sell button. You better watch out. What are they going to do here? What's that red? Uh-oh. The patient bear knows where to sell. What's that, Bears? Ruh-roh. All of a sudden, PTSD comes back to a bear's head, and they're like, fuck! Fucking goddamn buy the dippers! Where did he say the goddamn top was for us? Right there. Did he say the door is open down below and it's a key? Yes, he said that. He said don't get puts until we fucking go below that goddamn number, and we didn't. Why, did you get puts? Yes, I did. Fuck these bulls. I'll be right eventually. Probably. Oh, God, just, yeah, squeeze them out. Yeah. Oh, yeah. As a matter of fact, let's get some more liquidity. Let's do something like this and just run them up like this. Take all their fucking stops, and then we can drop it. Oh, God, yes. Puts on fire right now. The patience seller. I should start a new magazine. I should do a new brief. The Patient Bear. For gentlemanly bears. If we go into risk off, they're not going to give it to you that easy, bear. You got to work for it. Call him the gentleman bear. He's more refined now. He's made a few dollars. Take those goddamn sweatpants off and get yourself to a clothier, bear. Shave off those armpits and shit. The gentleman bear with a monocle in a timepiece tucked into his fur padding. takes his time to rain hell down on bulls. We're no longer savages around here. You have to abide by the rules of the bull, by the dipper. What do we say? Sell the rip. Just shitting with you. I'm just shitting with you. We're refined bears now. Still no puts. Stocks rebound as Feds Williams sparks surge in rate cut odds. Fucking Christ. Does it matter if we get a rate cut? Just say no. That's the answer. Doesn't matter. When we went into the rate not cutting trade, did it matter if we didn't get a cut? No. Did not matter. Completely separate, opposite things. God damn fucking. I know there's a fucking bear, and he's like, I just want to slam that fucking, I want to rain hell down on all these goddamn bulls. I want to make that Jim James shut his trap. These are destroyed now, right? Die, Jim James, die. There's this little tick up here if you're a seller. You see it right here? If you can sell this, it's usually the second red bar. There's one right there. It's like this one right here. It's like somewhere down in here. Somewhere in that zone. This is your next chance to sell right about here. But watch it closely. The next chance after this is up here. And you have plenty of time. You got this one up here. As like, truthfully, we could go right up here. And as long as we don't touch that white fucking thing up there, it's still a downside move. You unlocked it right here, so just a matter of when. If you've not executed the short or the puts yet, if you do see a hit right here, don't go short. You got to wait. It resets itself. You have to like do the whole fucking thing again. I'll just leave this here, PT in a day. You have unlocked this. So far, you're still just waiting to sell. That's why I hate this whole fucking thing right here. I hate this. Like, this is a good trade, but you got to be really good at it. I used to do these on stream, up and down, because of the delay, like 7-second delay. There's like if you watch it on YouTube, it's like 14 seconds. It's native. Twitch is a little bit more real time. But I'd be like buying puts and exiting, and you'd be getting into puts as I was exiting. Or calls. I'd be in this fucking thing for like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, like bam, quick money out, bam, quick money out. And people are getting annihilated on the show, so I'm just like, fuck it, we're not doing those anymore. So now only on the show we do this kind of trading here. Like, slow it down, give the 85% trade, the guaranteed winner. And that way, if you're a little bit late, you're still fine. You're making some money and shit. Until you know how to do this yourself on your own. Still got a chance right up here. And I am still long calls. And I'm still long my spreads. And I'm still fucking long calls even higher. I got a whole bunch of shit on right now. I got like single ticker options. I got shit expiring today. Those stay on to the end of the day unless we actually roll. If we roll, I'll take them off, but we're not rolling yet. I need to see that fucking roll, and I'll buy some puts to counter that trade too. So we're not there. We're not there right now, so don't worry about it. Watch this one closely. Now, if we tick this one right here, that will infer that the buyers are going to attempt this one right here. Just a note to you. You want to watch this one real close here. This is a bull trap, by the way. It's got mini bull trap, so don't get too crazy here. If you wanted to buy this as a bull, you want to see the break higher, and then you buy the dip down here somewhere. But you got to get the break higher. If you don't do that, it'll be a trap. What they'll do is you'll think that's bullish and it's not. Come back down here and start blasting. Come back up here and all the way down to the depths of hell. I totally posted a white knight on fucking Twitter. Back to our regular shit posting. Okay, so I got some stuff for you guys in the Discord for our supporter level. Please like these videos if you can. If you're out there, I really appreciate it. I really do appreciate it if you could like them. If you're on YouTube, if you could comment. Oh, I don't think you can, but if you can like and subscribe, I'd appreciate it. What day is today? Friday? Here, let me turn on some. If you're on YouTube, how about this? If you're on YouTube, you want to comment? Hold on. You guys got to remind me of this shit sometimes. I don't mind letting commenters in here. Here we go. Any duration, subscriber level. If you want to chat on YouTube, it's open. You just got to subscribe. Doesn't cost anything. It's free. You can chat on YouTube right now if you want. I would have done it earlier. I didn't think about it. How y'all doing out there? What's up there, Button Gluttons? How you doing, brother? You're open. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Josh, what's up, baby? What's up, Jay Sharps? Good to see you. Learned trading. Hey, yo. Happy Thanksgiving. Olinsky Pravinsky, what's up, brother? Pluto Pop, what is up? Aaron 450K, what's going on? Traveling Taya, what's up? Good to see all you guys out there. I should have done that shit earlier. What is up, Sunny Never Ends? Happy Thanksgiving, man. Bitvein, what's going on? Jay Sharps. I know, dude. I know you are. Happy Thanksgiving, motherfucker. Good to see you, brother. Josh, what's Canadian? All right, I appreciate it, brother. I love you guys, by the way. I love Canada, man. What's going on, Chris asks Mackina. Vanderver, what's up, bro? What's up, Princess? Kathy, what's going on? Fast 80X, Jimmy Oove, Trader Boater Traveler, David there, TSDS, Colonel Panic 08, Learnt Trading, 45. Yo, what up? 425 Fish Layer, what's up, bro? Good to see you, man. Matt B Studio, Colonel Panic. I missed somebody up there. Paciferus 1505, I didn't forget you. Dope Gains, Hawk Fan with Hawk Fan. What up, Colonel Panic? J Beard Squared. Big Cheese Cindy. Simon, dude. Happy Thanksgiving, Simon. The Color Family 799. What up, brother? Shrek Baker in the house. Big Cheese and Cindy. Jimmy Hoove. Tom C4304. What up, Josh? Happy Thanksgiving. What's going on, Fast 80X, brother? Yeah, dude. Oh, and the squeeze. The squeeze. If you were in puts and you got out, congrats. You didn't get ripped. Happy Thanksgiving, guys. Dope Gains. What's up, Dude 45, Josh 360, Bofo Show 27. Of course you can shit post. It's Thanksgiving, guys. Fuck yeah. Tell us, dude, if you're a bear on YouTube, write why we're going to crash. Tell me why. This is your chance. Do it. Give me the manifesto. Dope gains, Fast Eddie, learned trading. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. What up, Sledgehammer? Oh my God, we're going north to the PT at the end of the day right now. Squeezing higher. Dealers do not want to pay puts right now. Oh man. I'm going to play a fucking tune for Sledgehammer in the Discord. How about we just play it here? We'll lose the... You know what else we're going to do today? It's fucking Thanksgiving. We don't need goddamn advertising dollars. Of course, this video will probably be blocked everywhere. Happy Thanks fucking giving. Congratulations, Bears. You kicked fucking ass. From November 1 to OPEX, you crushed the hopes and dreams of all the fucking bulls. All the early bull buyers, FOMO buyers, end of October. What up, Bears?
You could have a steam train if you just lay down your tracks. You could have an aeroplane flying if you bring your blue sky back. All you do is call me. I'll be anything you need.
Take the money and run.
You could
Leave the rest
have
to
a
the
big
FOMOers.
dipper going up and down all around the bends. You could have a thunder car bumping. This amusement never ends. I wanna be the sledgehammer. Why don't you call my name? Oh, let me be your
Do
sledgehammer.
not short this now, Gringo Savage.
This will be my testimony.
FOMO gang. You can't trust the fucking FOMO gang. You gotta see the roll. You gotta watch out for that thing
Show
over
me
there.
around your fruit cage. 'Cause I will be your honey.
Use the rules.
Open up your
We
fruit
want to roll under the
cage.
1 minute trigger, don't we?
Where the fruit is as sweet as can be. I wanna be
Bears right now, like, I wanna
your
be.
sledgehammer.
I wanna
Why don't you
smash
call
all these bulls.
my name? You better call the sledgehammer.
Wait a minute. Breaking news right now. Trump team internally floats selling Nvidia H2000 chips to China. U.S. This is so fucked up. We're always floating some fucking death, or we're floating some kind of hope, right?
Be my testimony. I'm your sledgehammer. Let there be no doubt about it. The sledge,
Happy Thanksgiving to all of you out there. Bears, bulls, buyers, sellers, all retail. If you're not going to be here next week, I get it. If you're going to be out next week and want to come and party on Wednesday, if we ramp-a-rama or we go to the depths of hell, we start doing that. You know, everybody's on vacation, the low liquidity market. If you don't want to join me, if Mr. Yen's out and about, go hang out with him. It's Thanksgiving. Maybe I'll swing by and see him if he's live streaming. If any of you guys know if he's going to be live streaming, if you do, ping me, and we'll go over to his I'll turn the goddamn stream off. We'll go hang out with him. But next week on Wednesday, if you're with your family and you want a little bit of a respite end of the day, they come in and you know how it is, right? Swing in, Wednesday. I don't know if it's a short day or nothing, but if you want to make some money into that day, if you want to make some money on Friday, come by. We can always go hit him up too. We can go see his ass, see if he's okay. Wish him a happy Thanksgiving. Oh, hey, man. I love you too, Lord Campbell. Hey, man. I love you, brother. Lord Campbell slang. Happy Thanksgiving, my bro. Congrats to all of you out there. Take the money and run. Even if we go higher, it's going to be a bunch of FOMO. If we go higher, it's going to be FOMOers taking us there. Well, dealers could probably take us there too. We don't have to go any higher. I'll say that too. It's probably more a function. I mean, if you guys want to know what this is, probably a function of trying to clean out the options chain. I posted on Twitter overturned cars and shit. And that's an old school frat party that went haywire. So you figure all these puts are very expensive. They don't want to pay them out. And you got people that are going to also buy shares. It's not just dealers cleaning up. It's I got puts. I want to own the S&P 500. Some of that's going on too. These are option sellers. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on right now on OPEX day. There'll be people that'll close and roll positions too. You got a whole bunch of mechanics underneath the surface. So we don't necessarily have to go up here and hit this. But dealers more than likely will try to take as much money out of the market as possible. Dealers are wealthy. They get neutral too, right? They got to get back to neutral as best they can. And then what else do they have to do? Think of it like a house cleaner. You have a big party for the month, come into OPEX. Everybody's made money for the month. And so they come in like house cleaners. They vacuum up the options chain. And where are they going to vacuum? They're not going to vacuum call buyers. Those fucking guys are dead. So who's got all the money? Put buyers, right? Call sellers. Right? So they're going to come in and try to clean it up. We come into a peak on OPEX. You kind of think the same thing's going to happen, right? So it's not necessarily bullish here, is it? More let's clean up the chain. And they have to do this process over the next, 2 weeks, right? They got today, and they got month end. And then what happens? You're closing positions today, or the rest of the market is, not the degenerates, but the rest of the market, what's the rest of the market doing right now? The rest of the market's going to plan their next trade, right? Think about that for a minute. Think about some mechanics here. So if I'm a fucking responsible trader, right? What do I want to do? I pretend I'm a rock star. So I sell. Remember when I walked away and said I'm out of here? Go to New York City. We hit 6,900. I'm out of here. Bye-bye. Take my money running. I'll come back and we'll check the market first week of November. So we looked, then we bought, then we exited. We're like, oh, fuck no, it's a trap. Oh, fuck no, it's another trap. Right? Now, think about this. If you're a seller and you made all this money on the downside moving to OPEX, what are you going to do on OPEX and on month end? You're going to take the money and fucking run, right? Just like in October, pocket the money. Thank you very much. Made a bunch of money. I'm happy Now I want to roll my position. So there's two things I got to look for, right? From sell side, what do I got to look for? I got to want to roll my position out. Is it going to be bullish or bearish? I have to take into consideration, I watched this fucking guy named Captain Jim James. This fucking prick says we can go to 700. I don't believe that guy. Fuck that Captain Jim James. I want to go down, though. I want to fucking make bulls pay in December. Okay, so what do I got to do? Do I want to roll my position at a market low? Fuck no. Think about what I said to you in October at the end of the month. Think about that. So if we're inversing that, what would it be? I'm either looking for right now a high on or after OPEX. That's my first chance to sell the market. What's my second chance? Probably month end, right? Few days before, few days after. So I probably have two chances, if not 6,850 or 7,000. My next two chances to position to roll out would likely be when? On a high in or around OPEX, maybe Monday, maybe today, where I feel good starting a position lower. If I see the roll happening either today or on Monday, right? Or month end, near month end, few days. How about the 26th, 27th, Thanksgiving, and around there? Maybe you get degenerates to run it up. Like, how did those retailers run it up? They didn't get to run it up in a bull market. So all of a sudden they can run it up now in a bear market or in risk off. We're not a bear market yet, but risk off. So there's even potential that we run it up on Thanksgiving. So I want you to think from the articulate bear and say, I made a bunch of money. I can probably day trade more down moves with my winnings, my profit, but my big trade is probably not being put on at this exact moment. So I'm going to be looking for a high or a roll to begin on the end or close of OPEX or the days following it. If you look back at prior months in this bull run, you can see it clear as day, can't you? Go on any chart. You'll see like a high and then a sell down, right? And that's a place for who to buy? Bulls. Then they get one more shot up and into the month, right? So bears probably have at least one more shot down, right? And they're probably going to get another shot at it month end. So they got a couple more. They got one more in them, don't they? And then they got another one in them for the month of December. One in December probably be another market high, or at least a rejection point, or a higher rejection point, 6,850, 7,000, whatever that may be. They could get stuck waiting until the end of the year. If you're a bear and you think, fuck, these guys might be able to get 7,000, you still probably have one more shot at this. Probably have like one more shot on, maybe tomorrow, this close. You might get another shot, right around here, end of today, or at least Monday, into Monday. If we can't get above this white line, I would say this is your first shot at it right here. If we can't hit that white line into this close, I'd take a fucking stab at it. If you're a rich bear that made money this month, why the fuck not? You can lose $1,000. I lose $1,000 all the time. Get some fucking OTM 0-day put or 1-day puts for Monday, and if they fucking hit, ring the register again. If they fail, what the fuck do you care? You made all this kind of money this month. Now, this does not apply to you bears that are fucking made $1,000 this month. I'm talking to the bears out there that made a bank. Those bears could throw $1,000 away. Now, after you take that shot, at it, even if you lose, you're going to get a few more chances. You're going to get another chance at the end of the month, in the beginning of the first week. I would take that fucking shot too with another $1,000. Now, if both of those two miss, can't pound it down enough, Where are your next two places to look? And this is where I'd be going all the fuck in. If I was a bear, I'd be going all the fuck in on a reversal on 6850, and I'd be going all the fuck in with some stops and shit and management at 700, 705, somewhere in there. You see a big reversal up there, I'd be fucking selling. If you don't think I'll meet you there, you're out of your fucking minds. If you don't think I'm going to try to sell 7,000, you're out of your fucking mind. If you don't think I'm going to try to attempt to sell 6850, you're out of your fucking mind. And I'm not a fucking bear. But I know that if we can get there, well, I'm going to try. You should too. You know we're going to be consumed with fucking FOMO bulls, aren't we? See how I'm starting to talk different? See, I'm starting to look down on the market? And you should be like that too if you're a bull. Should be like that from a bull. Look down in the market, even if we're going higher. If we go back into some kind of risk on, I'll let you know. If we're looking higher, well, I'll tell you. And even the end of the year, even if we go risk on-ish, probably going to be more an opportunity for a bull to get out of the market. Put a little bit less risk in the market until the situation improves. Remember, we're coming in a year end. That does matter. Even if we're bullish into the end of the year and risk off, we're trying to like make some extra window dressing. What does everybody do even in a bull market? What do? We go risk off in the fucking February and March and April, don't we? There's going to be a fucking bear up there going, hey, we're coming into bear season right to April and May, and we're probably going to get a bigger move down than expected. You're probably going to see that. I'd like to see it too. So I want you to think about these OPEXs month end. I want you to think about the inflection points. I want you to think about wrapping up the trade as a seller and looking for the best fucking dip buy you can get. Inverse, the best sell the rip you can get. So when we were in risk on, what do those days look like? They'll look the same in the inverse. You'll see your really good fucking badass bear. You'll see like David AMS. You'll see a Winky come out. You'll see a John L or a Condor. You'll see a Theta Gang guy. You'll see a legit bear come out and say, this is the one. The guy that doesn't talk a lot. He'll be in our Discord. You'll see him. He'll just pop up and say, you guys ready to sell? You'll never see him chat, just at those big moments. Everybody's hair should be on fire. So in the inverse, whose hair should be on fire? On the inverse, all the bulls should be screaming, yeah, rah. And all the bears should be like, my shit's on fire. If the bear's hair is on shit's on fire, that's the time to sell, isn't it? So it's the complete inverse. We want to look for those moments after today, in and around the end of the month, day or two before, day or two after in a month, 2 or 3. If you can see a bear on fire, it's probably time to start talking about some kind of sell or considering it, looking for a reversal lower. And if we don't see that, and maybe it's December 31st and we're at 7,000, we can do it again, or 85, 685, whatever, we can do it again. So start looking lower, even if we go risk on-ish. If you are caught in any of this and you want a place to step off, I think it's 685. I don't think it's 675. I think we're wearing those. And the fact that we're going higher right now tells me that we're going to break through. Our next target is likely, we could sell this here, make a new low, and then we'll probably go back up and slam into 75 a second time. We'll peek our heads up, come back down, break through that, and the 685 area is the one where that's the danger one for bulls. Like it's 683.20 or something. It goes up into 685, but that's the one where I'm really fucking. That's the one where I think the fucking bulls want off the bus. I'm a bull, I'll tell you. Those fuckers are up there. They're patient. Those are good traders. They're good investors. They're waiting for that. Some will step off at 75 again, but I think 85 is where the real. If I had to guess between both of those levels, 85 was the one that fucked bulls. 83, 85. That was Veterans Day and the day after. Like Veterans Day ramped on bears. We should have sold on Veterans Day. We didn't. We ramped. We took stops. Then the next day, we looked bullish, and we literally halfway through the day didn't look bearish, but we were confirming higher highs, and then middle of the day, we started unlocking new lows. And so into that close, I think I went on Twitter that day. If you look at my posts on Twitter on Wednesday, the day after Veterans Day, I think that was the 10th or something. That was the 10th, I think. I'd be wrong, but on that day at like 3 in the afternoon, I went on Twitter and I warned bulls. I said, as a matter of fact, I warned bears on Veterans Day on Twitter before it happened. I said, close your fucking shorts. And then I went on Twitter the next day and I said, now, and then people made fun of me. They're like, oh, was it a bear trap and a bear trap and a bull trap? I get it. I took the ribbon. But the following day, it went risk off halfway through the day, didn't it? And what happened that next day? We went to the depths of fucking hell, didn't we? We went to fucking Hades. It was a fucking shit show. I think that day is the day that, I think that fucking day was the fucking day where, what do you call it? The Emperor's clothes were off. That was the day where real panic hit the disco. I think that was the day. And the fact that we haven't returned has made it even worse. And congrats to you if you're a bear or sell side and you've made tons of money this month. Congratulations. If you're a seller, seriously, congrats. You've done a fucking kick-ass job. Out fucking standing. And you already know we're in distribution. The bears already know this. I told the fucking bears this back in September, didn't I? On this fucking show. Remember when I was like, Marco's wrong. I was like, he's right, but he's wrong. I was like, it started on September. I was like, he's like, it's going to crash in October. And I was like, no. I was like, it started in September. I was like, the distribution started in fucking September. I'm like, you're going to slam it down and we're probably going to get more highs, right? Along the way. And eventually they're going to be goddamn right. And this is probably the one. Whatever this turns into they're probably right this time. If you're a seller, one of these fuckers, you're going to hit it. It's going to be fucking ugly. If you guys hit it, right? I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and tell you when you do hit it. Oh my fucking God, dudes. It's going to be a fucking shit show. I can't wait to go into markdown mode. I'm going to have like a bunch of bulls sucking on my tits. I'm going to have fucking big pile of fucking kitties at my feet crying. It's going to be terrible. When we go into markdown mode, god damn. Fucking markdown mode. I bet there's a bear at home right now just like getting tingly feelings. Their nipples are hard. I'll say it again. Markdown mode. You don't know what markdown mode is. Oh man. It ain't pretty. You guys ever hear about like elevatoring down, right? That's markdown mode. And they rotate. They don't leave anyone behind. They'll come find. You're like, oh, I can't go any lower, right? Oh, I can. And when yours goes to fucking $1 to $5, they move on to the next one and they take that guy out too. He's like, well, I'm so good over here. Look at that. They didn't take my shit. 2 weeks later, they're in your neck of the woods. Bye-bye. What are we doing? Is my stuff coming back? No, you're going to sit there sideways for the next 3 months while we take out the rest of the market. Goddamn, I'm starting to sound like a fucking bear. Fuck yeah, Top GTD, man. Hey, Top GT, congrats, man. Congratulations. If you're a bear, dude, and you made bank, say it in the Discord. Say it, dude. Make yourself known. You guys should celebrate. Like 100%. You guys fucking killed this month. It was baller. Hey, what's up, new Dennis, man? What's going on, Dennis Rodman? What up, brother? New Dennis Rodman. I like that name. I like that name. What's up, brother? Goddamn fucking look at that squeeze. That's disgusting. That's like fucking all bear market shit. Fucking god damn fucking terrible. Just gotta watch this. If you're a bear, you want to watch this 66727. You don't want to see that get ticked. If it does, it's not necessarily bullish at all, but it resets this white line down below. We'll look at this at the end of the day if it does do that. If we hit this one right here, if we tag that in the close, we'll do another outlook before 4:15. I'll give you one quick one. You don't want to sell that if we hit that. You just want to be like kind of like flattish. I'd go flat over the weekend if you hit that one. If we hit this on a I'll tell you why. Before we even get there, I'll tell you why. So if we were bullish, right, and we hit this into the close, I would expect follow through on Monday. I would expect like some kind of stupid shit like this, and then the reversal down. So don't only if we hit this. If we hit this, I would just say go flat. You could potentially sell futures. If we hit that white line, I would prefer to come back into futures. If they green barred futures on Sunday, I would then try to sell that down into Monday. You got to be careful of the follow through on Monday, Tuesday. If you don't know anything about that stuff, what they'll do is they'll simplified. If you have early sellers on a Friday, they'll come back for them on Monday, Tuesday, take them out, and then the real sell comes on like Monday, Tuesday-ish. For bulls, when we're in buy the dip, recently, sometimes it'll take till like Wednesday close. Next week, Wednesday close is Thanksgiving. So just if you're sell side, when we were on buy the dip, we had a lot of fucking manipulation going on. Like we would have like a Friday high that was all that needed to happen. And then what would happen was under normal circumstances, you'd wait for the rip on Monday and you'd sell that and then buy the dip on Tuesday, Wednesday. That's the real dip to buy for a weekly high. Does that make any sense? Here, let me explain it. Here, let me explain it this way. Okay. So let's say we're going down, okay? We're going down. So this is Friday, right? We're going down. We got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, okay? So your seller is seeing something like this. We're moving higher right now, right? And a seller will want to come in on a Friday and sell this. That's called an early buyer or an early seller, okay? You know what like turnaround Tuesdays and what the fuck Wednesdays are? So we're going to inverse this whole thing, okay? And the fact that we're coming to Thanksgiving. So you're going to get a seller that wants to step in here. Now, what can happen is we don't need to squeeze today. We don't need to. We can, but we don't need to. If we don't, what can happen is when we come into Monday open or like Sunday futures, we used to like squeeze Sunday futures and then you could sell or, sorry, excuse me, back here. We're doing this in the inverse now, I forgot. So you'll see like Sunday futures be like this. And you kind of think that that's it. We're going to roll. We'll come in like Monday cash market right here. And it would typically be something like this. And this would be the actual sell for a Friday payout over here. This is turnaround Tuesday for bears. Turnaround Tuesday for bears. Sometimes you'll get it on a Monday. Sometimes you'll go high enough on a Monday. You ever come in on a Monday and it's just vertical green all the way up? You'll get it on a Monday. Now, bulls, frequently towards the end of this bull run, they would have to fucking wait until Wednesday. So what you'd see is like you'd see like green on Monday, green on Tuesday, green on Wednesday, halfway through the day, and then they would shank the fucker on Wednesday. So they would like shank it here on Wednesday. On the inverse, they would like it would go all the way up here to Wednesday, and then you'd get the real move to the downside on the inverse, if that helps at all. So my point here is this: if you're looking for the next downside move, on Friday close here, it's probably not here. It's more than likely going to be on like a Monday high or even a Tuesday or Wednesday high. Monday high, Tuesday high, or a Wednesday. It's one of the three. We call that early buyers. In this case, it'll be an early seller. So, ironically, Wednesday is Thanksgiving, right? So there's like potential for us to like take out that white line that I showed you into the close. And then like kind of like fade down here, trap in some bears, like literally trap in bears Monday, Tuesday, and then ram this fucker up into Thanksgiving. And then the real sell is after Thanksgiving. It's possible. It's definitely possible. Now, if we wake up, let's say Monday, so we wake up on Monday and they ramp it straight up, I would take that sell. Like if we come to like the daily trigger or some shit, even 85, I don't think we get there, but like 75 maybe, or 75 up here, I would take that sell definitely all day long. Is that making sense to you guys? Someone asked me in the Discord, what do they mean by follow through? It's just the inverse of a bull. So let me put it to you another way. Let me see if I can simplify this even more. So if you pretend you're a bull, right? And for all you bulls out there, right? You're trying to get long for a Friday upside print next week. So look at that from this perspective. If we were bullish right now, and you think we're going to trade next Friday, I don't know, 680 from here, where do you think that dip buy would be today? It's not on Friday, is it? It's probably going to be a low on turnaround Tuesday. So we'd be walking in on Monday, and it's like sideways all night long on Sunday, and then it starts bleeding. Pin Monday morning, and all of a sudden it's like red bar down. There's a saying for that. It says the street doesn't chase Mondays. They wait for price to come to them. And that they're stubborn, right? So they'll wait on Monday. They see the green bar and like, fuck that. And they wait on Tuesday. It finally starts coming down. And then it finally gets buried on Tuesday close. And you get like Jedi Marcus comes out and he goes, it's turnaround Tuesday? Big question mark on Twitter. Yeah. So you get long on Tuesday close. And all of a sudden, like, Wednesday's vertical, Thursday's vertical, and then Friday, you get the cherry on top at 10 a.m. or 12 p.m. You take all your money and you leave, and the bears come back and try to make their money in a Friday close. You guys know what I mean? So think about that in the inverse. So we're trying to sell next week, right? Because we're sell side. You're looking probably for a different high, aren't you? It might be this one. If they can't get above this white line, maybe. But I would say if you're trying to sell next week, look to be selling either futures on Sunday, a Monday high, a Tuesday high, or a Wednesday high. Fairly easy, right? Not bad, right? And just think you get the best position as a seller. Now, you might be thinking I'm telling you this because I'm a bull or something, or I'm trying to trick you or something. That's okay. If you're a bear and we don't get above this white line right here, that white line right there, buy the close, and especially if you made money this month, I would say throw some shit tickets on it. I've done that. I love trading weekends sometimes. They can't get up there enough, or even if we get up high enough, like throwing on some outside the money puts for the weekend, that sounds appropriate too. So let's just see where price goes into the close today. It being OPEX, they're going to try to ram this fucker north. I think they're going to try to murder every goddamn put. If they do that today, if you see that action today, like vertical to 415, if we go vertical into 415, I might try to take like a put at 414 or something for Monday, but I would wait until 414 if they do that shit. Because that shit can go up like 30 goddamn points. Like it can literally go fucking vertical, like vertical into the close. I've seen like OPEXs. I've seen an OPEX on a high where we dropped 30 points in about 5 minutes. Started at like 355. No, it might have been 358 or 9. I was on this show one day. We were in an OPEX, and I said to our community was here, and I said, we're going to drop into this bell. It was a February OPEX, as a matter of fact. I think it was a February OPEX 2 years ago. And we were closing, and I was like, our target is like 30 points lower on SPY. Like 30 fucking points. We hadn't done it. And it was like 3 minutes left to the bell. And it looked like we were done. And we went big red bars straight down. And people got fucking annihilated. So that's the only warning I would give you today. That if there was any kind of fuckery against sellers, it would be at like the last few minutes of the bell. If that fuckery happens and if you see big red green bars, you'd be up the top trying to fucking get some puts up there for Monday. That shit'll reverse too, like today and Friday or Monday. It'll all come back, but you got to be careful of it. Like these robots, these algorithms will do shit like that. We're not quite set up for it, but it's not an OPEX. It's not a quarterly OPEX or anything, but it is the second month in an OPEX. Just be aware of it as we get into this close here. I wouldn't be trying to trade it. I would just watch it. If it happens, you counter trade it. So if it happens, if you went green bar up or red bar down, you take the opposite side of the trade. Just have awareness of it, that it's there. There's been a lot of talk of that happening, and I didn't address it because I think a lot of traders would be too early to it if it presented, and it's not worth the trade until it's better on the reaction to it than it is betting on it happening. I don't think there's an edge in betting on it. I don't think it's worth trading. I think the reaction is better to it. I think the one that you can look for is the follow through into Monday or Tuesday. So turnaround Tuesday would be the inverse, right? Turnaround Tuesday would be a high, not a low. I know that sucks to say. I know that was terrible, right? I was trying to do it in inverse. I don't know how to do it. Like, I don't know how to explain to people talking monkey. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to explain I'm trying to explain that the best place to sell is probably like a Monday high or a Tuesday high or a Wednesday high. In this case, Thanksgiving. I'm gonna posit that there's a 30% chance that the sell is the close of Thanksgiving on Wednesday. If I had to guess, you want my personal opinion? We're gonna ramp into Thanksgiving Eve, and then that's the sell. I'll just tell you. Don't fucking do this based on what I say, though. Don't fucking be like, Captain Jim James said this and it didn't happen. Fuck that guy, he sucks. Don't do that shit. I'm not your goddamn furu. I'm not that shot caller, so. If I had a feeling or my experience, maybe my wisdom, maybe I don't know. I would say 4:15 on Wednesday or whatever. Are we even open on Wednesday? Like, when do we close on Wednesday? Fucking, what's the market hours on Wednesday? Goddamn stock market hours, stock market holiday hours. I already forget what they are. If there was a time to do it. Let's just check. How about how about we place a bet? How about this? We'll do this. I'll start a poll. Okay. All right. Hold on. We're not going to start a poll. This is what we're going to do. Because it'll be anonymous. We're not doing the anonymous poll. We're gonna place our. This will be fun. Add everyone. Instead of a poll, let's have a gentle men and women and them bet. Okay. Reply to this. Where is the sell into next week? And you can have bragging rights. How about this? I will pay $100. No, that could be the whole goddamn Discord. I ain't doing that. You're all gonna fucking copy trade me. You can have bragging rights. Let's have a gentlemen, women, and them bet. Reply to this. Where is the sell into next week? You could have bragging rights. What? So, where do you think the sell is? Is it here? I'll give you a few places. I'll give you a few ideas. The sell into next week is this close. And I don't mean the sell. I don't mean like down a little bit on Monday. You know what I mean. You know what I fucking mean. Is the sell down to new lows right now at the bell. After the bell would be another one. Sunday futures. Monday open. Or no, Monday high. I'll give you the room for a high on Monday. Monday high, Tuesday high, or Wednesday high. No, it doesn't have to be exactly. Like I'll take any Sunday if it's from Sunday futures, anytime in futures, I'm down with it. You won. It doesn't have to be exact. It doesn't be like fucking 4:15. I'll give you mine. Mine is 4:15 fucking Wednesday. That's my market high to sell to new market lows. That's my pick. Pain. Plus those fucking goddamn fucking permabull bullshit retailers. I think we have a full day on Thanksgiving. I could be wrong. Can someone correct me if I'm wrong? I'm looking at. Let me see. I don't see anything saying. I think Friday is a half day. You guys are responding now. Remember where you posted. Oh, by the way, hold on. If you reply to that post, I want you to screenshot your reply so that you can come back and slam it in the Discord and say, "Booyah, I won. Best trader in the Discord." This is good cred. Like you'll earn cred with this shit. Screenshot your shit. If you say, and as a matter of fact, if you don't believe we're going to sell next week and you have a contra trade, write it in the Discord, then screenshot it. And if you don't have to like be like, "Oh, I suck," you can just come back and like shit all over everybody. You don't have to come back and be like, "Ah, I made the wrong trade." But if you win that trade, I would go in the Discord and just be like, "Look, best trader in the house here." And I'll suck you off all day long. I'll double jerk you off. If there's more of you win, I'll double jerk you off and suck you all off one at a time. Oh, so we did. Thanks for saying that, Chernobyl. Is the bond market closed on Wednesday? I thought they were closed. I would have thought the bond market would be closed on Wednesday. So the stock market's open on Wednesday all day long, and then we get the closed Thursday and the half day on Friday. Goddamn Goliath. Fucking Goliath. I fucking knew it. I knew it, Goliath. We need some fucking bear, we need some like baller bear emotes. We need like some respectful fucking bear emotes. We need to build out some like kick-ass like Mike. Do we have Mike Burry in there? Do we have Mike Burry in here? Who the fuck is Mike Burry? I thought we had Mike Burry in here. I belong to a couple other trading groups. Do I have my other trading groups emotes have Mike Burry? We need to get some like, we need to get like a picture of, you know what we need to do? We need to get like a picture of Rubner, like famous bears. We need like Charles McGilligot. We need fucking Rubner and Pavorsky. We need to scrape the internet for their pictures. Mike Burry. All right, everybody's all right. I got what you guys are saying. I got what you're saying. I'll post mine right now. Hold on, I'm posting mine too. Yeah, dude, we need a fucking we need some emotes for the bears. Cause like I just saw a couple of bear posts in there, and I don't want to shit on a bear. I like bears. There we go. I wrote mine. You got my take. Ooh, nice, Red Rabbit. I want to know what the fuck Red Rabbit's thinking. I like the everybody's got their own ideas. I love this. This is good. There's some people in there that are given like exact days and times. I want to know why. That's scary. Now you're scaring me. Red Rabbit's got me scared. Ooh, I got numbers coming in now. There's numbers here. Roger that. Roger that, Uncle JBJ. Fuck yeah, brother. You're a good trader, man. Dude, our Discord's loaded with fucking killer traders. I watch our Discord blow up all the time. I'm like, these motherfuckers are taking all their own trades now. They got their own little gangs. I fucking love our Discord. Our Discord kicks ass. It's baller. Super gal. Oh, dude, we're doing Prices Right rules. Are we doing Prices Right rules? Colossal squeeze, you fucking dirty bastard. There's like traders trying to one up each other with times. Well, 1:10 p.m. we do this. Bob, it's 1:11 p.m. It's totally Price is Right rules, isn't it? I think this will say a lot here. If we hit this 667, it'll say a lot. It resets that downside move automatically. It doesn't quite reset it. It just like now we got to deal with this bullshit.